Good morning, everyone. The meeting is now called to order at 9:01. We will now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. I'd like you to keep some county employees who passed away this past month in your thoughts. Anila Prasad passed away on January 1st. Ms. Prasad was a social worker 5 with the Human Services Agency. Dominic Cook passed away on January 10th. Mr. Cook was hired on April 28th of 2008 as a juvenile detention officer assistant with the probation department and was promoted to juvenile facility supervisor in 2018. And Cesar Fuentes passed away on January 12th. Mr. Fuentes was hired on November 4th, 2013 as a correctional officer trainee with the San Joaquin County Sheriff's Department and was promoted to correctional sergeant in 2019. Will you please keep them in your thoughts? Thank you. Supervisor Elliott, will you lead us in the pledge?
Please rise. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. For the record, this is the board meeting of January 28th, 2020. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Supervisor Villa-Padua? Supervisor Patty?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Elliott?
Here.
And Madam Chair Miller?
Here. Thank you. Now's the time for recognitions and presentations. I'm going to ask the clerk of the board to introduce the item, these next two, and read the recognition. And I'm going to ask Supervisor Nguyen to go down and do the honors for these particular recognitions.
Good morning. I would like to invite the representatives from the Escalon High School to please come join the chair and supervisor at the dais. And this recognition is being presented to the Escalon High Cougars boys varsity football team in recognition of winning the 2019 CIF Division 4A State Bowl Championship. And it's being presented this 28th day of January 2020. So if the Escalon High School team would like to come down and join Supervisor Nguyen in being presented with the recognition.
Before I ask Coach Beam to come up and have a few words, I'd like to just kind of recognize the talent and the caliber of this particular team. I know they're not into stats or whatever, but, you know, being a county supervisor, city council member, and working for the state, it's all about numbers. That's one we look at all the time. So, first of all, their overall record was 14-1. And in their championship game with La Jolla, which they won 52-21, it was basically it was a tremendous effort, and the Escalon football team runs a wing T, as I understand. Have 3 running backs, essentially, which all 3 gained over 1,000 yards this season. In that particular game, they gained 450 yards, the 3 of them total, and scored 6 touchdowns on the ground. So that was a fantastic effort on their part. But when you look at the numbers, you know, sometimes we lose sight since we're in the valley and we're south of Sacramento and east of San Francisco. But their national ranking, and we're talking about 14,242 football teams in the United States. They're ranked 550, which is in the top 3% of all football teams from the 5A down to the single A. And so that's an accomplishment itself, competing against all kinds of schools throughout the United States. The other part of it is if you go to the national ranking for small schools, they were ranked 49 out of all the schools in the United States. In California, on small schools, they were ranked 6. And in regards to the California ranking of all schools, high school schools, they were 57, which is the top 5% of football teams in the state of California. It's a tremendous accomplishment considering the competition, certainly that you all experienced not only in your season, but certainly throughout the region and the state. Their section, they were 5. In the division, they were number 1. In the Sacramento region, they were number 5. Again, they did an outstanding job, and I appreciate certainly representing Escalon as part of my district, but more importantly, representing you. You know, one of the things that we've lost sight of, unfortunately, there's a lot of discussion about our youth. And one of the things that's talked about is substance abuse. We're talking about vaping, we're talking about marijuana, we're talking about crime, we're talking about a whole host of things. Escalon High School, as I understand, and the principal, somebody would know, but I think they graduate over 96% of their students, which is a tremendous accomplishment in this state. And by virtue of that, the academic success, certainly the football team success, and I know the other sports are just as competitive. They do an outstanding job. And these young men and the entire team are probably representative of really the larger majority of youth we have in this state, in fact, in this country. And the one thing that I would just hold for all of you is football is a game, yes. However, it is also an example of what life is all about. If you work hard and you push it as far as you can, you'll be successful. And that's what you've done. And if you continue to do that the rest of your life, you'll be just as successful as you are as a football team as you will be as an adult. So with that, I'll turn it over to Coach B.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wynn, for having us and inviting us to come today. We brought, representing Escalon today, Mr. Eric Simone, our principal, and then our 5 senior team captains, David Camacho, Caden Christensen, Damian Tom, Jacob Walden, and Colton Pinero. And like you said, I mean, we're raising the future. We're raising young men, and these guys, they fit that mold in every aspect. They're great in the classroom, they're great in the community, and they're great on the athletic field. And all those things, those positive aspects are going to lead to, positive role models in our society. And I'm glad to be here and bring these guys and represent our small community. So thank you very much.
With that, if we got Dr. Robeson, if you want to take a picture, I'd like to hand you the certificate to the coach and get a picture with the team, certainly so you can memorialize this situation.
Our next recognition is of the Ripon High Indians boys varsity football team, and I'd like to invite them down to join Supervisor Wynn on the floor. And they are being recognized for winning the 2019 California Scholastic Federation 4AA State Championship.
Again, I want to thank Dr. Robeson, certainly Principal Rangel, and certainly Coach Musman, and certainly the team for the outstanding year that you've had representing Ripon and certainly the region in this football championship. Again, going back to numbers, and I know, Coach, you probably don't care, but on a national ranking, you're 488 of all high school teams, and again, that's over 14,000 football teams in the United States, which is the top 3% of all football teams that play. The small school, you were 42, and in California, you're number 5 as far as small schools. And by virtue of that, your California ranking of all schools, of all size, you were 50. This is something, again, as I said about Escalon, This is remarkable considering actually both high schools are similar in enrollment, but by virtue of certainly the caliber of the teams that both schools provide, not just in football, but track and cross country and all the other sports that you participate in. Again, I want to thank certainly not just Dr. Robeson, which she and I sit on a particular committee. Principal Rangel, I know from my daughter, who was a Ripon High cheerleader, and then on top of that, my son-in-law played on a Northern California championship team back in '96. And I remember talking to him, and he said the biggest disappointment he had on that particular team is they didn't have a state championship. It was just Northern California, and they would love to have an opportunity, as you both have had, to show how good you are in regards to the rest of the state. So in addition to all those things, I know that your game was a little closer with Palmdale than with La Jolla. In fact, it was in the last, 28 seconds of the game with a 36-yard field goal in a driving rain that allowed you to win 31-28. And Nathan, you were the one who kicked that field goal. And I remember a comment I read in the paper in regards to Coach Mussman. He was talking about in the beginning of the game that his quarterback, Nick Hardy, you had tremendous faith in him, and you had tremendous faith in your kicker at that particular time. And the success is really attributed not only to the coaching staff and certainly to the parents who raised these young men, certainly with Escalon, but also with the trust and the development that you had in regards to making them the team they are. So with that, Coach, if you'd like to say a few words.
Just want to thank you for having us here, and thank you to Dr. Robeson and Mr. Rangel for letting me do this job. Our kids were great this year. As you can tell, we probably weren't the biggest team on the field every week, but they definitely played together and worked real hard, and I couldn't be more proud of them.
Thank you. We're proud of all of you. Thanks for contributing so much to your schools and your communities and really making all of San Joaquin County proud. Thank you. Now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda and any matters listed on the consent agenda. We request that you fill out a comment form if you address the board. There's a time limit of 3 minutes for these comments. There's a device on the podium with a green, yellow, and red light. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds before the end of your 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss matters not on the agenda, so this is not an appropriate time to have a discussion with the board regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. Supervisor Wynn?
Madam Chair, just briefly, I know these young men have to get back to school, so go ahead, feel free to leave. You don't have to stick around for the rest
Absolutely. You're dismissed. Okay, I have a stack here of cards. Okay. First up is Samuel Tavaki. I'm not sure if it's Samuel, but it's Sam Tavaki. You'd like to approach the podium?
And I'm here this morning in behalf of my in-laws. They're Jeffrey and Kimberly L word. But what it was is they purchased a property in Tracy, California, and they were in the process of building their forever home there. There's 4 generations of that family that live there: a grandmother, a daughter, and she just had newborn baby, and there's other 3 that are under the age of 4 years old. But anyway, when they started to do the work over at their property, everything seemed to be okay until the code enforcement people got involved. And they've since then been threatened with having their property confiscated and all this other stuff. And I thought that is kind of like something you would hear in Russia, not here in the United States. But anyway, we were just going to ask the board members for a little help. We need a little time. They wanted to build a custom home there, but since all this happened, they're going to buy a modular home, which it's in the process of being delivered. But we were just asking the board for some help on maybe we can get a variance so that they can stay there. I mean, all you have to do is walk out these front doors, walk down a block, and you'll see how bad the homeless situation is here, especially in this county. And, I don't have to tell you guys that. So, with a little bit of help, we can keep 4 generations from becoming homeless. And, we maybe can't help everybody, but we can help them here now, and whatever it can take for the supervisors here to help us keep 4 generations from winding up on the streets. They need just a little bit of time so they can get their home there, get everything put in. And we're in the process of getting the permits and all that taken care of. We just need a little help because they're saying, okay, you guys have to leave. Like, where are they going to go? They got nowhere else to go. So we just came here today. The family's here with me. There's 3 generations here. But anyway, we were just asking the board for a little help. That's all.
Thank you, Mr. Joaquin. We'll follow up with county staff on this. Thank you. Next up is Jerome Doss.
Good morning. I'm here to talk about the e-cigarette problem that we have in our county. I don't know whether San Joaquin has joined in the class action suit against Juul, and I hope we do get involved with that. But we need to find more money to allocate to the schools for advertisement for prevention. That's the main key. Information is the key. We need to keep our kids away from vaping and e-cigarette smoking. We can't wait until somebody dies and gets sick. And you guys are the county leaders. You're our leaders. So let's get in the front of this and take the lead of prevention, trying to keep kids off of this thing. I see a lot of money being allocated in this agenda for different things, and I don't know whether anything has been allocated for prevention or not. I'm not belittling anything in this budget here, but I'm saying we need to find a way to allocate some funds to go to the school districts so that the kids can know about the dangers of e-cigarette smoking and vaping. And we can't just say, well, it's a city problem or, it's a Stockton problem, let the city council have. It's a county problem, okay? And we got to work together on this. The county has to take the lead on it. And like I said, you guys are the leaders, okay? Lead. And I know from my job, the one thing that's very important is information. Information is the key. It keeps problems down. If you know something and you're aware of a problem, then that gives you the tools to prevent things from going on. And I'm just asking the county to try to find a way to put it in the budget to allocate some funds to the school district so that we can have some information. I went to a townhouse meeting at our school, PYA. My daughter attends PYA, and I got a lot of information just from that meeting about, e-cigarettes. I didn't know that it was such an epidemic that it is. I didn't know that it was so easy for the kids to hide about it. Matter of fact, it made me go home and check my son's backpack because, I didn't know about it, and it's easy to hide. And if the parents know, then they can let the kids know and know the dangers of it. We can't wait until somebody in San Joaquin dies and then we jump on it. How about getting in front of it and keeping someone from getting hurt? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Doss. Andrea Colavita Pinkham.
Good morning, board members. My name is Andrea Colavita Pinkham, and I'm a voter in District 3. I'm also field representative for SEIU Local 1021. I know that you guys are used to me getting up here and talking about the multiple atrocities that take place on a daily basis at San Joaquin General Hospital. I'm not going to do that today. I've recently been assigned to the probation department. With that assignment, I have seen that there are ways with which the county can abuse its workers, beyond making them work for poverty wages and constantly contracting out their work. You ask, what fresh new hell do you speak of? Let me tell you about mandatory holdovers at the JJC facility. This is when there are not enough staff to fulfill the state mandated staffing requirements at the juvenile detention facility. Employees are to work 16-hour shifts and expected to return to work in 8 hours, sometimes several times a week. We all realize that these folks do not push paper for a living. Their job is dangerous and requires them to be alert and focused at all times. Instead of quoting statistics to you, I'm going to quote the workers. I sent out surveys and asked them if they had ever been so tired at work that they feared for their safety or the safety of the youth. Every single person answered yes. I asked them, have you ever been so tired when you left work that you feared driving home? Every single person answered yes. They go on to state, I constantly have to move in my car or listen to loud music to stay up while driving. The kids make comments about how often we are at work, how tired we look. There's a lack of concern for staff and a lack of accountability for youth. SEIU has I personally actually tried to address these concerns with one of the Board of Supervisors. All they could comment on was the recent endorsements on the campaign. SEIU has been working closely with the department on these crucial staffing shortages. They state that there's a difficulty hiring officers because of the inability of applicants being able to pass the required background check. Yet Human Resources does not consider this a recruitment problem, has not made this a priority. SEIU has made 2 proposals to help alleviate the staffing crisis, standby pay and one involving probation officers. We were flatly denied. The county continues to do the same thing over and over again and is expecting a different result. That, folks, is the definition of insanity. While the county continues to play these games, the workers continue to put their lives at risk, the youth's lives at risk, and the lives of everyone on the road at risk when they drive to and from work every day. You, Board of Supervisors, may find it more enjoyable to talk about your endorsements, but the situation is not only depraved, it's dangerous. I urge you to act before it's too late. Make this a priority.
Hey! Whoa! Yeah.
Kathleen Gapusin.
Yes, ma'am, you got it right. I only have 3 things I'd like to speak about today. Good morning, board. First one, I see SEIU is on somewhere in that agenda today. But just think, if you give these people a 1% wage increase, that's $12.12 or something like that. If we give you guys a 1% raise, that's $1,000 to each of you. And over here, that's 5 times that much, because she gets a 5%. She's got one coming up in the next year and a half. That's a lot of money. And you could do a whole lot of good to a whole lot of underpaid people. Seriously. You know, I keep going back to the fact that way back in the old years, you guys, the wages were capped off at $1.10 for farm workers because of menial labor. You know, everybody else was getting a whole $1.55, $1.60 an hour, but not them. So I see you guys are in tune with yesteryear, okay? Second thing I'd like to discuss is when you guys review your, planning commission stuff, can you please, for God's sake, don't put another med mark in the middle of my city? You don't care where you put these things at? It's a methadone clinic. It gathers everybody right there on El Dorado Street. Okay? So you guys didn't put too much forethought into that. Another thing is, I saw something on the agenda, relationship to public health, and I think STDs and something else. I don't know if I'd give them anything. What have they done in the homeless camps? All the STD rates are up. I mean, we got problems with our water. We have so many problems. We're getting diseases back that we pretty near wiped out in past. But because of our public health system, I don't know what's wrong with them. I don't see them out doing what they're supposed to do. I don't hear tell of them except when they want some money. What are they going to do? Teach who about STDs when you know where it's needed most? So, I don't know. And about these young kids and their basketball, their football, every kid's a good kid. Every kid. Okay? Right? They're all good. Okay? As far as that goes, my brother-in-law, who's a retired lieutenant, sheriff's department, okay, he played football pro for LA Raiders and LA Traders and the LA Rams. He also was fourth all-time pass receiver for many years at USC. My nephew, he's got 2 collegiate football rings. Okay, national. He played with Reggie Bush, Carson Palmer, Matt Leinart, all them big guys. So I know how important that not only scholastic, but sports is here to our community. So I commend these folks, these young people. It's a lot of training. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Diana Buettner?
Alrighty then. Good morning. I thought about reading something today, and I kind of wavered. And I got to tell you, what I've heard is a reference to Russians, a reference to slave labor, and I'm really glad they're the kids. But what I heard was, you can be successful. Definition of successful, please. What I see is a train wreck of greed. That's all there is to it. This is a greedy problem. It does cause insanity. And it's not just here, it's everywhere. We know it. The bottom line is that the power rests with the people. This is campaign season. You wouldn't believe how many smiles and friend requests I get from the campaigns. It's nuts. It's not about that. This is about the people taking back their power. And I don't care who sits up there, what party you're from, or nothing. But if you're not doing our bidding, you need to go home. You need to go home. The bottom line is the people are the ones that deserve to have the government for the people, by the people. Yeah, that's a lovely story we were sold. And it ain't happening right now, and we need to make sure that it does. So people, please vet your politicians.
Thank you. Euphemia Contreras?
Good morning. My name is Euphemia Contreras. I'm a proud member of SEIU 2015. I'm holding just a little sign that we had last week to present, but it just basically says, there's nothing new about poverty. What is new, however, is that we have the resources to get rid of it. And my understanding is we have the resources. We're representing our IHSS providers, our recipients, our program, and we always ask for just a fair wage, for more than our share of work. It's in other people's hands and power to give us our just, and I think as a human person, not as an official, not as a board member, but just as a human, can we think about how we can help others in wages, or in keeping programs open, expanding them. I do a lot of volunteer work for our union, only for the simple fact is because I believe in them, just like I believe that our county board should believe in us. We take a great little bit of work and we make it work. I don't compare other things. I can be as successful in another position, but nothing is so grateful as providing the support that I will give to my union. And just asking for a fair wage. So when you guys are considering where to put money, you can give it to us. We'll take it. Thank you.
Thank you. Vicky Escalante.
Hi, my name is Vicky Escalante. I'm also with SEIU. I've been taking care of my mom since 2007. I know she's my mom and I have the responsibility. Even if I wasn't paid, I would still do it for her because I love her and she took care of me when I was a child. So this is my way of giving back. This is a little bit of a help if we do give a little bit. My mom only lives on Social Security. All my money goes to my mom. I buy her food. I buy her water. I buy her all her needs. She needs personal hygiene and everything else, you know, the diapers, all those things that she needs that she doesn't get provided for. So this is what we ask for, and 50 cents is really not enough. And that's all we're asking for is a little bit more to make our wages a little bit better. So if you could consider that, we would be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure about the first name. The last name is Smith.
My name is Lupe Smith. I used to have a good job with the bishop. My husband used to work for the state. Tragedy happened. My husband got cancer, and our lives changed. Became a care provider for him, and I thought it was, well, we're going to budget, but we budgeting completely low. We went, like you guys have a good job. I had a good job, and we never got food stamps. We never got welfare. I'm thinking about getting something help because I come here, I work every day. I take care of my husband because he is going to die pretty soon. And it hurts me to know that we can't even get $1 instead of 50 cents. I mean, we're not asking much. It doesn't come out of your pocket, the $1. And if it did, I mean, I used to be a missionary. I can't even do that job. Could you really put this in your heart that this could happen to anybody? And God does not like ugly. And that's, you know, karma will catch to somebody who's just being greedy. We need the help. We need the $1. And it's not going to cost you guys much. I mean, I'm asking you from the bottom of my heart because every day I'm budgeting, you know. I went from a good life to budgeting all the time, coupons, whatever I could do, because 50 cents not enough, and you know that. Please put it in your heart and think about that. That could happen to any of you, what happened to us. Thank you.
Thank you. Oni?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and everyone from San Joaquin County. I'm here in representation of SEIU Local 2015 and the over 6,000 IHSS workers that you guys have in your county. As you know, and some of the public does not know, the county can give what the union is asking for with the $1 increase to the wage proposal. There is not a single county who has been denied by the state of California the wage increase to your guys' budget, in which we know that you guys can give us a fair and just wage, a livable wage, so that members like Eufemia, members like Lupe and Vicky can not always have to budget, not always have to worry, and be able to take and provide care to their loved ones without a stranger coming into their house, without them sending their loved one to a nursing home, which, depending on insurance, it can actually cost our county money. And so I just urge all of you as well as you, Monica, to take deep consideration when you guys meet in your closed session to reconsider the offer that you guys have on the table of the 50 cents over the 3 years and increase it to a livable wage that all over 6,000 IHSS providers can have for this next contract cycle and be okay financially. And when I say be okay financially, we all know minimum wage, no one's okay with one job on minimum wage. The economy, the way it's going, there's nobody who can pay all of their bills with the minimum wage. So with the increase, people will be able to have a little bit more comfortable life and livable wage than what currently you guys are offering. So take that into consideration when you go into your closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Last card I have is from Crystal Staples.
I thank you guys for allowing me to be here and giving me the opportunity to speak on the behalf of the community in Stockton. I am here for the homelessness situation in Stockton. I don't understand anything what you guys were talking about, but I do understand the 42 USC Act, which is in provision. Did I touch a nerve? It's in provision for resources, and it's urgent and immediate relief. I went for the whole month of, how about we do this? Let's start on the right page. None of this would be here if we could operate our Sestacute Trust and get operation to our CUSIP account. That way the government, the 1933 Security Act, will be responsible for its obligations, public and private. Now, if that gets to be matrixed out, alleviated and understood what that meant, that's the topic. The topic is our Sestacute Act to be responsible to hold us to the obligations of the government. The government is obligated, 1933 Security Act, for responsibilities, obligations, public and private. I have never heard CUSIP. I have never heard Sestacute Trust. I have never heard that. But in fact, I have did enough research. Okay, baby. It's just facts. Where there's minor accounts, gifts, transfer accounts, treasury, direct security, link accounts. There's plenty of things that we can do. No one's ever asked all these smart people. I'm not smart. I am at the lowest of the totem pole. I tried to get with Monica Ninos all month because my check was stolen from my human source agency. I called every entity in the human source agency. There was nothing they can do. I had to wait 25 days for money. Okay? There was no program, no nothing. I asked to call your office all month. Never got any response, anything. So what's your job? What's your job? Okay, and then on top of that, this is what I found out, the 31 CFR, statute 363.27. This could be applied and then we wouldn't even need help from people. Why don't we just give this to the people? That way we won't have to go outside looking at all this disgusting stuff. It's disgusting when you look at Stockton. It seems to me like it's only disgusting so people that are up on top can say that, oh, it's disgusting over there. It's not disgusting. If I'm sitting there watching disgust, then I'm disgust with the disgust. It's not for a status quo for someone to be more, someone to be less. We're, like she said, we're all human beings. And where's the administration? Who's in charge of administration? Because none of the administration is going in cooperative with the government. None of that is in link with it's supposed to be. You have homeless people here. There's the Immediate Relief Act, Urgent Relief Act. And then the relief is you have to wait. I was given the McKinney-Vito Act. They gave me the application and told me to fill out the application so that my children can stay in school, when in fact it was for resources. So we see quite clearly they wanted their Sestacute Trust. They wanted their fiat. They wanted their monies.
Ms. Staples, can you wrap it up for us?
Oh, so I have to be done? Oh, wow. Oh, thank you. Yeah, right. They have no relief, but they have a task force. They have a task force.
Everyone had 3 minutes, Ms. Staples.
She's exited me.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kathy Miller.
She's the chairman of the task force.
Well, she has to get me out of there, them U.S. stature codes and things of that nature.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to ask everyone to please quiet down so we can move on with our agenda. Next up is approval of the minutes of December 10th, December 17th, and January 7th.
I'll make a motion to approve. Second.
Please cast your votes. The minutes are approved. Thank you. Now I'm going to, we're going to move on to appointments to boards and commissions, and I'm going to turn to Vice Chair Patty for the motion for appointments to boards and commissions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have the following recommendations, and there are many. At the request of Clerk of the Board, 2 positions to Advisory Water Commission, City of Escalon Representative and City of Escalon Alternate are pulled from the agenda. 1, appointment of 3 positions to the Advisory Water Commission, 1 North San Joaquin Water Conservation District Alternate, position number 1013A, Joseph Valente, incumbent. 1 Central Delta Water Agency Representative, position number 1005, Dante John Namalini, incumbent. 1 Environmental Fish and Wildlife Representative, position number 1010, Clerk of the Board to re-advertise. 2, appointment of 1 position to the Agricultural Advisory Board, 1 Ag-related Industry Representative, position number 1108, Joseph R. Seamus, incumbent. 3rd appointment of 2 positions to the Agricultural Technical Advisory Committee. 2 Building Industry Associations of the Delta Representatives, position number 1202.1, John Beckman, incumbent. Position number 1202.3, Tom Doucette, incumbent. Appointment of 2 positions to the Behavioral Health Board, 2 family representatives, position number 6703.2, Carolyn E. Cooper, position number 6703.3, Gertrude K. Candress. Next, I have an appointment of 1 position to the Garden Acre Community Center Advisory Board, 1 first at-large representative, position number 3001.2, Patrick Flannery, incumbent. Appointment of 1 position to the Health Commission, 1 community representative, position number 3202.2, Frank L. Rustaller, incumbent. Appointment of 2 positions to the Larch Clover Community Center Advisory Board, 1 at-large representative, position number 4101.1, Pamela S. Dennis, 1 low-income representative, position number 4102.2, Raquel Rangel. We're getting close. Appointment of 1 position to the Lodi Community Center Advisory Board, 1 low-income representative, position number 4302.2, Dolores Silva, incumbent. Appointment of 2 positions to the Workforce Development Board, 1 Institute of Higher Education representative, Omid Porzanjani, 1 Wagner Pizer EDD program representative, Lachelle Adams. Madam Chair, that is all. I make this in a motion to approve the recommendations.
I will second that motion.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the motion is approved 5-0. Okay, we are going to move on to the consent calendar. Are there any items anyone wishes to pull? I'm going to start at this end.
None.
Supervisor Patty? I have none. Supervisor Wynn?
Number 6, 14, 15, and 22.
Supervisor Elliott? Okay. Then we will start with item number 6. Supervisor Wynn? Okay, great. And we have staff coming. Good morning, Ms. Cunningham.
My question is in regards to this particular arrangement with the city of Stockton. It alludes in the staff report in regards to county parking, correct? County employee parking, spaces that are allocated there.
Correct.
Okay. Excuse me. Is that in conjunction with other parking facilities that offer county employees a way to park on a daily basis, like the one south of here? I guess my question is, how much of that facility is used for county employees parking?
A significant amount of it. Nicole, would you like to come up and give the detail?
Good morning.
Morning.
So in that parking garage, we have approximately 136 spots that are reserved for county employees. So we'll also be adding parking for jurors that will also be coming to the courthouse as well in that parking garage.
And so, do we know how many other parking spaces that the county reserves for employees in the downtown area?
That I'm not sure if that's a City of Stockton question. This is the only parking garage that the county owns. I could get that information for you and give it back to you.
Well, the reason I ask the question is it is the parking lot that the county owns, and I'm not suggesting you do this. I'm just a curiosity. Could that reasonably accommodate all county employees that work downtown?
Oh, no, sir.
No?
No, sir.
Okay.
Not the one parking garage. That parking garage has approximately 236 spaces. I'm not sure how many employees are in the downtown core area, but it most certainly cannot accommodate all of them.
Okay. So would it be feasible at all, and again, I know you can't answer this probably right now, but is it feasible to make that a county employee parking garage?
It's definitely something that we can consider and look at. We're weighing a lot of options for that garage, but the majority of the garage is used for county employees, and also there's some fleet with probation, also with the district attorney's office that parks cars there, also with HSA, who utilizes it in the evening as well. And then also leveraging, again, the jury parking as well, that at this point the county is responsible for.
Okay. The reason I ask that question, part of the reason I ask that question is, if you have a parking facility like a bank would have, or any kind of business, it's more secure because you can only get in there if you have a card or if you have some kind of entrance device, as opposed to the general public, and nothing against the general public. But, and I also understand the revenue side of it. But if we're allotting parking spaces throughout the city for our county employees, and I know at one time we talked about shuttling employees from over the riverfront area, because of the center availability of parking. I guess my point is I'm just trying to find a way that, and I'm sure you probably looked into this, just asking the question of how we could better accommodate our employees in regards to the access to the buildings downtown that they work in, and if there's any opportunity maybe to centralize some of it in regards to a security aspect and maybe from a cost aspect, but I don't have just a question. I don't expect you to answer it right now, but just a thought. Okay. So.
Really noted.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions for staff?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Supervisor Elliott?
No question, just a comment. And I just observe here that by having the county assume the responsibility for running the garage, we will save the county over $37,000. So I just wanted to say that I appreciate you're always looking at ways to streamline and come up with greater efficiency and cost savings. So thank you for that.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I will also say on behalf of jurors, this is closer, and it is a straight shot into the courthouse. So there's some security issues there as well, and convenience issues for our juries. So I think this is a good plan as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move on to item 14 and 15. Good morning.
Good morning, Supervisor.
My question really is not necessarily towards the county staff, but we continue, it's been over 5 years now that we periodically get these retroactive agreements. You know, the state is a very large bureaucracy and has tremendous resources. My question is, why can't they get the information to us on time so we can approve these before they start?
Supervisor Wynn, through the chair, this is kind of a chronic issue. You see that we're already 6 months into this fiscal year for, I believe this is a 5-year contract. It was received, I believe, by the department via an email in December. It's a common occurrence for us. So we're always into the year before we get the contract from the state. Several times we get a contract from the state that they want us to retroactively approve that amends the terms and conditions of the contract. We're at the will of the state, in my opinion. I have with me today Daniel Kim, who's a supervising public health educator, and maybe he could provide some insight on if this has gotten worse or not from the state.
Good morning. Supervisor, yes, unfortunately we do see a lot of these contracts come closer to the start date, and it is usually through the state contracting process that we're kind of held to them sending us the contracts before that we're able to present it to the board.
We do, pardon me, we do everything possible. As soon as we get it, we get it teed up for the board, but I don't think we have any leverage with the state.
So my question is, do we, by virtue of not having this contract until 6 months after the fact, so what do we do in the interim? Do we provide the services and subsidize it through county resources, or we just not provide the resources?
Unfortunately, we usually cannot start until the contract's actually approved and certified with the state. So we do have to wait. They may provide us some support with regard to going back to do some of the duties, but yes, we do have to wait until it is approved. And that's something that the state understands, but unfortunately that has been the process.
So if I understand you correctly, what you're saying is that for 6 months, the services that are provided through this contract are not available.
Yes, for some of the contracts, yes. Again, it depends on the contractor or the state programs in terms of what they allow. I know with the programs that I oversee, they don't allow us to do any work, or that we're not allowed to accrue any costs until the contract's certified. So yes, we are held back for some of the contracts. Yes.
So if I understand it, again, you are the experts, but if I understand it, so for 6 months we don't provide the service, which is obviously no cost to the county or the state. Then we get this contract for the 6 months that haven't been taken care of. So by virtue of that, do we have a surplus?
I would say some of these contracts are actually funding positions. So I kind of Daniel's statement. I think we are still employing individuals that are doing services. Certain of the enablers for some of these contracts, so not necessarily these STDs, but other contracts I might have an ability to pay for, I wouldn't say a swag bag, but something to enable and to engage a consumer that might be homeless. Some of those incidental expenses I might not be able to incur until I have the grant, but this particular grant is actually funding some positions. So those individuals are still employed in doing some of the core services here.
Okay, well, I appreciate that. And again, I mean, we're using county resources to provide the services that the state has been delinquent on. It just troubles me that, the state has this cavalier attitude that they can do anything they want, anytime they want, and yet, you and Daniel at the county level have the responsibility to provide whatever you can, and sometimes it may need additional resources from the county, which I assume we get reimbursed for when the contract is finalized.
Correct. Ultimately, we are made whole retroactively, but sometimes we do have to use fund balance to transition that period.
It just troubles me for the 5 years I've been on the board that this is almost a constant, almost a meeting occurrence, and it seems like the state really doesn't care. And I guess somewhere along the way, whether it be the governor or his department secretaries, that somebody ought to light a fire under them that, that whether it be the county or cities or the private sector, everybody pretty much, pays their bills on time and awards contracts in a timely fashion so you can do it. And this is just, to me, just an abomination of government. And it's just like I say, just a kind of a cavalier, well, we're the state and we can do whatever we want. It's a sad commentary on the efficiency and effectiveness of this state. So I appreciate what you do, and you answer my questions, so thank you.
Thank you.
Is this something we've brought up through policy committees at CSAC? Something that CSAC could be advocating for on behalf of counties? I mean, we can't be the only county experiencing this.
I don't know about CSAC. I know it has been discussed at CHIAC, the County Health Executive of California, but
I know we've spoken about it at our county association for county administrators also.
And
no results. And my understanding, there hasn't been any improvement either.
no, and it's also not so much the contract on the front end, it's getting paid on the back end. Sometimes there's significant delays as well.
Right.
And you are correct, Supervisor Wynn, in more than one case, typically the county is funding those dollars so that those services do not stop. And this county does contribute close to over $10 million in general fund dollars just to public health. I know it's more than double than a few of our surrounding communities in the Central Valley.
Well, this should maybe be something that we elevate at our representative agents, organizations. This is costing counties up and down our state probably hundreds of millions of dollars over the course of the year on all of these various state contracts.
I can make sure and include our representative, who is Supervisor Elliott, and also reach out to the executive director of CSAC, Chair Miller. So I will do the follow-up.
Voices are always louder and heard when we advocate as members of our organizations. And so I think that would be good.
We'll follow up.
Great. Thank you. Okay, item number 22.
Morning, Mr. Culberson. I read the staff report. Really, there's not a lot that I have to question. I guess one question, and I guess maybe it's a joint question between you and maybe Ms. Nino. When somebody takes over the responsibility of a county credit card, do they receive any kind of training?
Supervisor Wynn, through the chair, yes, there is through the county auditor, but I would say that in this case, it was a fine it was just a small oversight. So I've doubled down on my staff and everybody at the hospital that does have a Cal card is getting the county policy, as well as there is a handout that the county auditor controller, I believe, prepared to us. So it's something that we're doing at San Joaquin General now. Again, this is a case where we had someone that basically retired, and the new employee was not completely aware of the finer details.
I'm assuming that as part of the training, I guess, would the individual who's being trained, who takes over these responsibilities, is at least advised if they have any question to call the auditor?
Supervisor Wynn, I'm not quite sure. I know I would, on the paperwork that's completed for all applicants does have some educational effort, some guidelines to it. Of course, I have to sign as authorizing agents, but I've got to say I'm not quite sure of the entire packet that's provided to any applicant. I'd be happy to follow back up with you. I think it is important here that, again, that we learn not just at San Joaquin General Hospital, but anywhere else we are using the Cal cards.
So Supervisor Wynn, I believe it's the purchasing department that handles the Cal cards. And my understanding, there is training prior to issuance of a Cal card. And there is availability if an employee has any questions or needs additional support relative to administering the Cal card within the respective department. And I know purchasing is very diligent to reconcile our Cal cards countywide, very timely.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I guess my point is that I mean, I understand people make mistakes. I get it. However, I think when it comes to something like this, and I know it's a minor amount, not a big deal, but, you know, in reading what the purchase was for, I would hope somewhere along the way, especially somebody new, would want to ask a question to somebody who maybe experienced that before as to, is this an appropriate purchase for a county credit card? I had a state credit card. I never used it. I was paranoid. I mean, the fact is that when you have those things, I mean, they can come back to bite you. And I've seen, you know, city council members who have, for whatever reason, had a credit card and really abused it. I mean, big time. But my point is, I would hope that certainly the situation with that individual, but I guess my point is with the county in general. I would hope that all our employees who have trust in regards to purchasing items through that credit card are acutely familiar with what they can and can't do. And if there's anything that they haven't heard or seen or whatever, they would be encouraged to talk to somebody purchasing or whoever that would give them an answer. Because frankly, I'm almost inclined if this happens in the future, maybe to deny the request for retroactive payment, because we're all adults, and as we go up the ladder, we become more in tune to the ramifications and certainly the complexity of our job. So again, my expectation is people that have that trust are either acutely aware of the requirements, or if they have any question whatsoever, talk to somebody before it goes off and comes back to us. So, but I appreciate that, and I appreciate the action you've taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Mr. Culverson. That's all the items we had pulled, so I am looking for a motion second on consent items 1 through 23.
So moved.
I'll make a second.
Okay, please cast your votes. Motion is approved 5-0. Thank you. Okay, I'm now going to recess the Board of Supervisors meeting, and the board will now be acting on the next item as the governing board of the San Joaquin County Flood Control and Water Conservation District. So I'm going to convene the Flood Control and Water Conservation District meeting. And this is a consent item. So are there any questions from any members of the board? If not, then I'm looking for a motion and a second to approve consent.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item is approved 5-0. Thank you. I'm now going to reconvene the Board of Supervisors meeting. And we are going to move to our scheduled morning items and public hearings. First up is a public hearing regarding general plan amendment or general plan map amendment number PA 1900037 and zone reclassification number PA 1900031 of Lodi Tuxedos, Inc.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Supervisors. David Kwong, your Community Development Director. I'm going to refer to Principal Planner John Funderburg here to make the presentation to you.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Supervisors. This project is a general plan map amendment application and zone reclassification application of Lodi Tuxedos for two parcels totaling 0.48 acres located on the southeast corner of East McCollum Street and North Orange Streets in Woodbridge. Surrounding land uses to the north, south, and east are zoned commercially but are developed with non-conforming residences. The application, as if approved by your board, would amend the general plan designation of the two parcels from community commercial to medium density residential and reclassify the zoning of the same parcels from community commercial to medium density residential. The expected underlying project for this site is a small multifamily residential development. The development can occur as 4 dwellings on one parcel, which will require the two parcels to be merged, or as 2 single-family dwellings on each parcel. The processing of the small multifamily project is not subject to discretionary review and would be permitted with a building permit, which is a ministerial action. The Planning Commission considered this matter on the consent calendar at its regular meeting on December 5th, 2019. No one requested to have this item removed from the Planning Commission consent calendar, and no one spoke in opposition to the project. The Planning Commission voted 5-0 to forward a recommendation to your Board of Supervisors to approve the mitigated negative declaration, adopt a motion of intent to approve the general plan map amendment number PA-19-00037 based on the ability to make the required bases for general plan map amendment, and adopt a motion of intent to approve zone reclassification application number PA-19-00031 based on the ability to make the required bases for zone reclassification. Thank you, Madam Chair. This concludes staff's presentation.
Are there any questions for staff? I'm going to open the public hearing. Is there any member of the public that wishes to address the board on this matter? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wynn?
A couple of questions. So as I understand that there was two options with a single-family unit and a secondary dwelling unit was another option that was available on those two parcels. Is that correct?
That is correct. Once the application is, the general plan amendment and zone reclassification changes, Supervisor Wynn.
And what configuration would be the second dwelling unit be? Would it be like a granny flat or some kind of apartment, or how was that configured?
The applicant really didn't present a formal project. It was more of a discussion, and on the site plan it was just a home and then a second unit dwelling. In that zone, second unit dwellings, the size of them, they can't exceed 1,500 square feet. So you're probably looking at a unit on that size parcels anywhere from probably 800 to probably about 1,000 square feet.
Would that be, because I know there's a big push by the state in regards to additional units, secondary units at an existing property, whether it be over a garage or adjacent to that?
You're absolutely correct, Supervisor. When there is a push by the state for more affordable housing throughout California for, and a part of that is the second unit dwelling, what now we call accessory dwelling units throughout the counties and throughout the cities.
Okay. When I was on city council, we rezoned a property on Main Street, which is commercial primarily, to a retirement home, and took a lot of heat from the public who believed that by virtue of turning it from commercial to residential, or at least a living development, that we would lose a tremendous amount of sales tax revenue as opposed to having businesses there. Has there been any discussion, or have you heard any discussion either from the applicant or any input? I assume there's been no input from the community. I do know of one concern raised at a municipal advisory committee meeting. But has there been any feedback or any questions about the conversion of that commercial to residential?
There were no letters of opposition that were received from any of the surrounding neighbors, and we do notify neighbors in the area. And there is a list of agencies that are also referred to the project. We didn't receive anything that would have raised the level to the attention that we would think that would be of concern in regards to the project.
Okay. Well, I know at the MAC meeting there was some discussion, and I think the applicant was there. I wasn't there myself. But there was some discussion about parking, but I don't think that would be an issue going from a commercial operation to a residential operation.
No, the development title specifically requires 2 off-street parking spaces, and the size of those parcels, there should be adequate enough room to accommodate those parking spaces.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Okay, then any other questions? What is the pleasure of the board?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. And the item is approved. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Supervisor.
Okay, next up is a public hearing regarding Shea Homes Limited Partnership's appeal of Mountain House Community Services District's failure to approve subdivision improvement agreements relating to D2, D4, Tract 3670.
Good morning, Chair, Supervisors. Shea Homes comes before the Board of Supervisors today to appeal the action of Mountain House CSD and the General Manager delaying the approval, which had the effect of delaying the approval of the final map for Tract 3670. This appeal arises under the Government Subdivision Map Act, Government Code Section 66462. The Subdivision Map Act requires the Board of Supervisors as a legislative body to approve final maps when it has determined that the map is in substantial compliance with the tentative map and all of the conditions of approval have been met. If any of the improvements have not been completed, the county must require the developer to execute a subdivision improvement agreement and provide security to ensure that the improvements are completed before approving the final map. The county can delegate the authority to execute those agreements to a designated individual under the Subdivision Map Act. The Subdivision Map Act contemplates that the approval of maps will not be delayed. Government Code Section 66458 states that the map must be acted on at the meeting at which the board receives it or at the next meeting. If the board fails to act and the conditions are satisfied, the map is then deemed approved. Further evidence of the intent of the legislature that the board act promptly on final maps. If off-site improvements are required and the county does not have an interest in the property that will allow the improvements to be made, the county is required to obtain such interests within 120 days. The subdivision improvement agreements were presented to Mountain House CSD in May of 2019. In October of 2019, with the recommendations of the general manager, they were presented to the Mountain House CSD body for approval, and the Mountain House CSD body deferred action on it, which resulted in Shea Homes then appealing the action to the Board of Supervisors. The letter that's in your package from Steve Pinkerton, the general manager, does not identify any specific concerns of the CSD with that the conditions for Tract 3670 had not been satisfied. It's recommended that the board at this time open the public hearing, take testimony from Shea Homes, Mountain House CSD, and the public, then close the public hearing and deliberate on the matter, determine whether to grant or deny. In this instance, granting the appeal would direct Public Works Director to review the subdivision improvement agreements and, if satisfied with the condition of them, to execute those agreements. That concludes my presentation.
Okay. Does anyone have any initial questions of County Council? All right, then I'm going to open up the public hearing. And I'm going to welcome our participants up to the podium. If you'd identify yourself, please.
Sure. Good morning, Madam Chairwoman and members of the Board of Supervisors. My name is Don Hofer. I'm with Shea Homes. I'm the Vice President for Community Development in Northern California. I want to thank you for your time this morning. And with me this morning, I have a number of folks from the Shea team I'd like to just point out for you. Our Division President, Lane Marceau, is here. Dave Best, who is a Community Development Manager for Shea Homes and works on this project primarily, is here. Dave has worked extensively with staff at the CSD level and at the county level on this project. Sharon Weibel, who is our division counsel, in-house division counsel, is here with us today. And then Garrett Cooley, who is our outside counsel with Perkins Cooley, is here today. This project is known as College Park or Briar Square in Mountain House. It is a 173-unit community that Shea Homes acquired in 2013. It's notable at this point to point out, I think, that this is an affordable by design community. It is a project that seeks to bring more affordable home ownership opportunities to San Joaquin County and to the Mountain House community. The homes are a little bit smaller than the average home in Mountain House in that they're only 1,700 square feet, 1,780 square feet to about a little over 1,900 square feet. and the price point is affordable to many buyers in that our prices are ranging from the high $400,000 range to the mid fives. And so it's a tremendous opportunity to serve those that are looking for housing in a community and in an environment where housing is extremely difficult to find, as I'm sure you're aware. The tentative map for this project was approved in 2007 and included two major communities or tracks, track 3670 and track 3671, were all part of the same map, and that map included conditions of approval. In December of 2018, we advanced the project through an annexation process where it was annexed to the CSD, and that took us a little over a year to accomplish, all the while working with the CSD, the school districts, and others to get to that point. And then after that, we continued to promote getting to a final map for this community. The reason for the appeal today, of course, as County Council Mr. Miles has pointed out, is that we've been unable to get our subdivision improvement agreements approved by the CSD board. On two occasions, we have been successful in getting those agreements presented to the board, and then the board has not acted. The presentation of those subdivision improvement agreements to the board included us working with staff putting together a staff report that supported moving forward with the subdivision improvement agreements, and then the board not taking action. We can get into reasons why we think that is going on, and I'm happy to answer questions about that, but I think at this point, what I'd like to focus on is really, the appeal and why we're here today. I should point out also that Shea Homes has built numerous neighborhoods in the Mountain House community. I believe this is our 8th or 9th community in Mountain House. And the process we've gone through in achieving final maps is the exact same process at this community that we've gone through in every other case. We go through and we put together a pretty extensive binder documenting exactly how we've met the conditions of approval for the project. That binder includes a specific letter for each one of the conditions. In this case, there were 67 conditions of approval relative to the CSD board, the CSD itself. And for each one of those conditions, there's a letter that we draft, we negotiate with staff, we sign it, and staff signs it. And Dave Best, who's here today, brought a copy of that binder. It took us over a year to get through that process with the CSD staff. All those conditions of approval were met and agreed to by staff in those letters, and we both signed those letters indicating that the conditions were met in a specific way. Today we're asking, though, that the project be allowed to move forward. And that's, of course, the purpose of the appeal is to ask that you, as the Board of Supervisors, approve those subdivision improvement agreements at this level. Our map cannot advance without those improvement agreements being approved. I pointed out earlier that these agreements went to the CSD board on 2 different occasions for approval, and that at each one of those points, the CSD staff itself, in the staff report, recommended approval and acknowledged that all of our conditions had been met. I also want to point out, I remember earlier I mentioned that there were 2 neighborhoods that were part of the tentative map. For those two neighborhoods, we were one of those neighborhoods, and then Meritage Homes is the owner or developer of one of the other neighborhoods. And in December of 2018, their map was approved by the County Board of Supervisors. The CSD itself approved their subdivision improvement agreements, and in that process, they acknowledged that all the conditions to the tentative map had been met at that time, in 2018. And then again, Shea comes forward, and at the June 10th meeting, staff recommends approval for the subdivision improvement agreements. All our conditions are met, yet the board fails to act. And fast forward then to October, the exact same circumstance takes place. So we're in a position where during this time period, we've advanced the project in good faith, right? We've been working with staff Our improvement plans are complete. We're moving down the path of advancing the development. We've put in infrastructure in the ground. By October of this last year, we knew that we were very close if we hadn't already paved the entire community. Our model homes were under construction. And so we began to have conversations with county staff about the possibility of having the county approve the map and what might that take. It was about that time that one of the letters in your packet was forwarded by Steve Pinkerton at the CSD, unilaterally rescinding 66 of the 67 conditions that we had already agreed we had met. Steve gave no justification for why he rescinded those, and he gave no time frame for when he would go back and determine whether or not we had in fact met them again. So, you know, there's folks on our team that have characterized that as sort of the CSD's Hail Mary, their last opportunity to try to stop our project for, again, for reasons we can talk about if you'd like to get into that. We've worked hard to try to resolve this issue, right? Over the course of 2 years working with the CSD, multiple meetings with one of the real parties in interest, Trimark, with regards to this issue. And again, I would be happy to share more detail on that if you'd like. There have been numerous occasions when we were told that our map would advance if we dropped a unrelated legal issue, which is related to this, but not directly impacting this map. Today, you're going to hear from the CSD and maybe others that they believe that our conditions of approval for the project have not been met. I've pointed out that their staff themselves have agreed that we've met our conditions. And last thing I want to point out, the next item on your agenda is the request that you approve the subdivision agreements, 2 of them, and our map, and your own staff has gone through the conditions, and in the staff report, they support that they also believe all the conditions of approval for this project have been met. So we think it's a pretty clear case, you know. At this point, we want to be able to move forward this project. I'll also just point out that that this last weekend we opened the community for sale. That gives you an idea of how far we've come along and how much Shea has put behind bringing this project forward. We had over 300 people come through our sales office in this community this last week. It is an anticipated community. The Mountain House community and the county in general has been asking for more affordable housing. This provides more affordable housing in your community, and as proof that that is a need, I'll tell you that we released 9 homes for sale last weekend, and 8 of them, as of this morning, 8 of them are sold. Okay? It's a need. There's no reason not to move forward this project. There's no reason for the county board this morning to not approve this appeal. We'd ask that you consider it and approve it, and then approve our subdivision and improvement agreements and the final map that comes after this. At this point, I guess, at this point, what I'd like to do is ask Garrett Cooley to come up. Garrett is going to talk a little bit about some of the finer points on the legal side of this, and then, of course, we're open for response or questions that you might have.
Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the board. My name is Garrett Coley, and I'm a partner at Perkins Coie in San Francisco, and we are land use counsel to Shea Homes. I'll try to be brief and not repeat too much of the content that Don had mentioned as part of his presentation, but there are a few points that I would like to emphasize. First, as Don said, we're here on 2 interrelated items. First is the appeal of the improvement agreements, and second, and perhaps even more importantly, is the approval of the final map. That final map relates to tentative map conditions of approval that were approved by this body in 2007. Those conditions are final. Developers have relied on them for years, and they are not subject to change. There are 2 areas of construction impacting Shea's map that are not yet completed. And as a result of that, Shea signed the CSD's standard form improvement agreement. It provided executed surety bonds to the CSD to ensure that those improvements would be completed. And as Don mentioned, the CSD general manager in 2 different staff reports concluded that Shea Homes had met all of its conditions of approval and that the improvement agreements should be approved so that this map could move forward. We believe that the tentative map conditions of approval have all been met and that there are 3 separate data points that support that conclusion. First, and most importantly, is that your staff, Public Works, who is tasked under state law with making that determination, not the CSD, has determined that the conditions of approval have all been met. Second, the board approved the final map for tract 3671. That was the other neighborhood that was described as part of our tentative map. That was approved on May 8th, 2018 through resolution R1851. And by approving that prior phase final map, that by law establishes that all the tentative map conditions as applied to the project have been satisfied. And the case law supporting that is cited in our appeal letter, which is part of your packet and in the record. And then finally, and really of least importance, as I said, because your staff makes the call in this board as to whether we've satisfied the conditions, but nevertheless, anecdotally, the CSD general manager, as we have said, has twice independently concluded that all of the conditions of approval have been satisfied. Which begs the question, why would the CSD be here today to say that the conditions of approval have not been met? If you refer to the CSD's letter, there are comments about concerns with the pace of the completion of improvements within Mountain House. But as we said, all of those terms are set out in the tentative map conditions of approval. Those are finalized. And we certainly empathize as a property owner in Mountain House who wants to deliver homes with amenities that the public will use and that will increase the value and the saleability of our project, that everyone wants the improvements to be completed. But the terms for the completion of those improvements are all in the final tentative map conditions. And it is wholly unlawful to refuse to approve a ministerial map approval because of dissatisfaction with the way that conditions of approval were adopted in 2007 that are no longer subject to appeal. To date, we would assert that the CSD's conduct is unlawful. It violates the Subdivision Map Act, and it has denied Shea due process and equal protection under the law. But thankfully, it is this body that has the ultimate authority to approve the improvement agreements under the MAP Act, as County Council described, and to make the ministerial approval of the final map, which cannot be withheld. And with that, I'll conclude with 3 points. First, as County Council stated in the staff report, approval of a final map is a ministerial action if the final map substantially conforms with the tentative map. It is in the record on the following item that all conditions of approval have been met, and the Community Development Department has concluded that the map otherwise satisfies all technical requirements for completion. And then lastly, and most importantly, Shea is prepared to sign the improvement agreements that staff has supported and have been reviewed by County Council. And with that, we would respectfully request that the board authorize staff to sign the improvement agreements so that this board can then approve the map and provide the by law. We're here to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions? Supervisor Elliott, on up first.
Thank you, Chair. So now you're saying that the improvements have either been done or there is a subdivision improvement agreement to get them done. So I guess one question is, well, why not just get them done and then this issue goes away?
Good question. So there are 2 offsite pieces of improvement that need to be completed and will take longer than we have in terms of timeline to get the map approved. This is standard course of business in every other community in Mountain House. there's consideration like this where subdivision improvement agreements are granted. What it allows the developer to do is to time the completion of improvements so that they're done when required to serve the community. In this case, we're talking about a strip of a street called Deanza Boulevard across our frontage. Deanza Boulevard today is complete except for landscaping. We've just installed sound walls, and that landscaping is going in. And so about the time that we are closing our first home, that will be past being completed, and we've worked with your staff on that. The other portion, the other item of improvement is a street called Texera. And Texera isn't needed to serve capacity until some point in the future. We've agreed in our subdivision improvement agreement that we've put together with your staff that we'll agree to a 2-year time frame to get that completed, which is well ahead of when it's needed to serve traffic flow and other things. And so we as part of this process, we also give surety bonds to you, corporate bonds that guarantee that work will be done. And so it's standard course of business and I tell you that every community at Mountain House that gets approved goes through the same process where subdivision improvement agreements are part of it. The other part of a subdivision improvement agreement, I should point out, is that it contains provisions within it for the CSD to also, or the county, to also accept those improvements once they're complete for public use. All other improvements in this community are complete. 173 lots are finished, streets are paved, asphalt is down, curb gutter, sidewalks all in. And so this is a small fraction of the actual work that has to be done there.
Okay. Before I go any further, I should mention here that County Council told me that this is a different kind of appeal from the kind we usually have. So therefore, it's okay to speak with people on both sides of the issue before the meeting here today, but he recommended I go ahead and announce that I had discussions. So I just want to, for the record, say that I have had a discussion with Mr. Hofer prior to the meeting. I had a discussion with Brian Lucid, one of the members of the board of directors of Mountain House CSD, and also had a discussion with Steve Harum, who represents other developers as well. And I believe that we'll have someone here from CSD to reiterate some of the issues that Mr. Lucid had brought up, concerns over the conditions being met, and I'm sure we'll hear from Mr. Harum as well as to his recommendation on best way to try to solve this issue. So, having said that, now, you mentioned that you and or your company, Shea Homes, and Mountain House CSD have both signed letters agreeing that the conditions had been met, and yet we have this situation where the agreement that the conditions had been met has been rescinded. So what do you think the reason is for that?
Well, it's pretty clear, I think, what the reason is. And I want to be careful here because Shea, we pride ourselves in working within communities in positive ways. We are a company, I've been with Shea for 22 years. We're a family-owned operation. We don't come into communities with the idea of being disruptive. We want to build community. And in this case, we ended up finding ourselves in a situation where the CSD board entered into an agreement with one of the master developers, Trimark, over the way fee credits are handled in the community. Now, this is not on point necessarily, but it's an important thing to consider because this agreement violated several provisions of the Brown Act and inappropriately contracted away policing powers of the CSD relative to fee credits. And this becomes about a $4 million issue for Shea Homes on this community. We filed a lawsuit in May, on May 28th, the Superior Court relative to that issue. That agreement was approved on April 10th of last year in closed session, and that legal issue is advancing. That issue is a discrete issue. It is relative to the way fee credits work within the Mountain House CSD and has no bearing on whether or not we should be able to move forward with subdivision improvements or whether or not we've met our conditions of approval. And so on multiple occasions, we have attempted to resolve that issue. Trimark's attorneys themselves, Trimark is the real party in interest to this lawsuit, have told us that if we drop our lawsuit, they'll get our map approved for us. They've also said in conversations I've had with CSD board members, the exact same thing. Drop your lawsuit and we'll let your map move forward. It is wholly inappropriate for that to be the case. It can't be that Shea Homes is leveraged to give up $4 million inappropriately to get a map approved the way every other map gets approved within the Mountain House community and elsewhere in the county. So this is an unrelated issue, but the question was asked, so I felt I needed to answer it. And we believe this is why our map is being held up by the CSD. Unfortunately, if the county board does not move forward with our appeal and approving our map today, we're sort of left in a difficult situation, right, where there has to be a way for us to advance this. So we think today this is the best way to advance our map, to get the project to move forward without further legal complications, and then let the fee credit issue resolve itself independently the way it should, and let the project move forward and provide affordable priced housing to the market.
And then Supervisor Elliott, if you wouldn't mind, I'd like to make just two follow-up points to Don's comments in response to your question. And the first is that the rescission of the CSD condition of approval approval letters really is kind of a red herring as far as this matter goes. It's not up to the CSD to decide whether we've satisfied the conditions of approval. It is fundamentally a question for this board as advised by its staff as to whether we've satisfied those conditions. And we think the staff report and the record before you shows that. And as Mr. Miles further stated as part of his presentation, there was nothing in the CSD's letter, the undated November letter, that talked about why any condition hasn't been met. So the only thing in the record documents why the conditions have been met, including your staff's own recommendation. And then secondarily, the issue for this item is so narrow. It is only, did the CSD fail to act on the improvement agreements? That is the very narrow appeal issue under the Subdivision Map Act that brings us here today for what you characterize as this kind of unique appeal. And because of that, it really isn't important to make a value decision or a value judgment about the CSD's conduct. I know Don was being responsive to your question, but it isn't necessarily central to resolving the issue of the appeal.
Okay, now in these subdivision improvement agreements, I believe it specifies 24 months in which the improvements have to be made. So that's 24 months from what, the date they're signed?
Yeah, the effective date of the agreement, correct. So if all of this moves forward today and you authorize staff to sign those agreements, let's say that happens in a couple of days. In a couple of days, that would be the effective date. Now, as I indicated, for improvements along Deanza Boulevard, they're pretty much complete today. Texera will be in the future and is not needed for traffic flow in that time frame.
When you say it's not needed for traffic flow?
Yeah, it's a small portion that stubs across a future piece of development work that spans between where this community is and Mountain House Parkway, and was originally contemplated to be constructed when the business parcel gets built. But because the Subdivision Map Act requires that we post security with a time frame for construction, we've agreed that we'll do that within 24 months, and we've posted the security as required by law.
Okay, but you say that doesn't really contribute to the traffic flow problems that are there today?
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Supervisor Wynn?
I think Supervisor Elliott probably covered most of my questions. You had mentioned the SIAs are not signed, is that correct?
We have signed them. The standard course is they're reviewed by council and approved as to form. And we have signed them and provided security. And then if this moves forward today, you would provide the authority for your staff to sign them upon your approval. So, and I think it's included that way in your staff report.
You had made the comment about a fraction of the, I guess, the overall standards in regards to meet the requirements of the CSD. What specifically were you referring to? There's only a fraction left to be done, or a portion of this discussion.
Oh, so I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, that was with regards to there are two subdivision improvement agreements. One of them covers the improvements of constructing a segment of Dianza Boulevard. Of the total work that was required to complete Dianza Boulevard, today we're probably, Dave, 95% complete. So the fraction of the work that's left to complete is the 5%, which would essentially be landscaping on the sides of the road. And so that's what I was referring to.
And so is that a point of contention with the CSD, that 5%?
No.
Okay.
No. There's no disagreement relative to that. That's why the subdivision improvement agreement is being provided and bonds are being posted for that work.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, then our next speaker is Steve Pinkerton.
Good morning, Chair Miller, members of the board. I'm here representing the community of Mountain House and the Mountain House Board of Directors. Bernice Tingle, our board president, is here with me today. As most of you know, Bernice was one of the original residents of Mountain House and has served on the governing board since it was established after the 2008 general election. In fact, 2020 marks the 12th year that Mountain House has had a locally elected board. So now, given that we were established back in 1996, as you know, the first 12 years, the Board of Supervisors also served as the Board of Directors for Mountain House. And now we've had 12 years of a locally elected board, so it's about 50-50. Just shows you how old the community is at this point in time. And it really hasn't mattered over that time who the governing board's been, whether it's been the local board or the board of Supervisors. We've had an incredible relationship with the county staff to make sure that the master plan that you as the county adopted, the financing plan, because the county made it very clear that Mountain House had to be self-sufficient, and the design guidelines, because you wanted to make sure that not only did Mountain House develop in a well-planned and well-financed manner, but in a manner that would be complementary to the surrounding environment and be of the highest quality. That's been the focus of Mountain House. That's been the focus of this great relationship with county staff. And we've had a great relationship with all of our development community during that time as well to deal with this very complicated process that we have to go through. The kind of developing a new community is kind of like you get up in the air with the jet airplane and you're constantly modifying the engine and adding passengers as you're attempting to fly. And it's a very, very difficult process. And I would note that every one of these individual parcel maps that come forward is like a multi-dimensional jigsaw puzzle that we have to deal with. It's not just the improvements. It's not just the bricks and mortar that you deal with within each subdivision and making sure that the designs are in conformance and we're in conformance with the zones and that all the roads surrounding the improvements are built to standards. There's this much larger picture that we constantly have to deal with, and that's why it's a 471-page staff report when these parcel maps come forward. We have to make sure that the wastewater, the stormwater, the water, all the public utilities are in place that can serve each one of these subdivisions. And frankly, as each parcel map comes forward, there's lots of other parcel maps that are getting approved and getting implemented at that time, and you're constantly having to monitor to make sure that even though you've approved this last map with certain conditions, how many parcels have we now approved, and then what additional development triggers are in place. And so that's the real challenge. So you really can't compare a map that was approved 6 months ago or 12 months ago or 10 years ago with a map that's being approved today, because it's not just the bricks and mortar related to that specific parcel map that's part of those 67 conditions that Don mentioned. There's also triggers as you go along. For example, within the larger neighborhood that this property is being built in, when you reach when 50% of the lots have been built, you've got to begin your community park. You have to make sure that when that community reaches a certain level, that you've also put the public amenities in place so that those folks have a park. The things that they put in the model home, we have to ensure that those things are done in a manner so that when people buy homes, we make sure that those now our citizens and taxpayers are getting all the public amenities that they ask for. Parks and schools are probably the two biggest ones that people pay attention to. And the third, given that I would gather that if you did a survey across the country, the residents of Mountain House on an average basis probably spend more time in their vehicle than residents of probably any other community in the country. And so our residents are very sensitive to traffic. One of the issues we have right now is getting Grant Line Road updated. As you know, if you go out there, we have lots of new beautiful streets within the community, but our major commercial corridor coming through the community that is not just an important road for our residents, but for a lot of San Joaquin County residents, Grant Line Road is still the old 2-lane rural road it was when Mountain House was established back in 1996. And our staff has been working very hard with the development community to get that $20 million improvement completed. But you've got a lot of existing residents we're dealing with from the old part of Grant Line Road. Lots of utilities go through that road. We've got 7 different intersections we have to plan. We've got not only Mountain House, but the county and Alameda County that we have to coordinate with in those improvements. And so as it relates to this map, one of the key improvements and one of the concerns that the board brought forward to us when we brought this forward, because what we've been doing the last couple of years is while there were conditions that were not being met, we proposed in conjunction with the developers ways to mitigate those conditions or make sure that someone within a timely manner became those improvements. So in no way, shape, or form has this map or a number of other maps over the last couple of years met every condition, but we like to be accommodating and hope that by the time a project is completed, that those improvements are in place. But we've certainly been hearing a lot from our community, just like they hear about when are we going to get our grocery store, which by the way is hopefully breaking ground later this year. The other thing we hear about is when are you going to do something about Grant Line Road? And when you take a look at the conditions on this map, the construction of Grant Line Road is supposed to be initiated prior to the initiation of the first building permit. And so when we brought this map forward and proposed to the board some mitigations, they'd heard from their constituents, we've had a 30% increase in our residences and our housing units over the last 3 years. We've had tremendous growth during that time. Our schools are packed to the brims. These roads are still at a deficit. We've got parks that are not on schedule right now. And so I think right now the board probably feels like maybe the development's getting a little over its skis, and it's time to slow down, reconsider some of these conditions, and it's time to make sure that we make sure we match the provision of infrastructure with the growth that we have in place, which is the reason that you have all these conditions in the first place. And so that, I think, gives you a good overview of what we're attempting to do. Now, I'm not the attorney, and we're not in the habit of even bringing our attorneys to meetings if we can help it. But our attorney did give me a short letter that he did want to pass on to you, but because besides these qualitative issues that I've talked about, he does believe, based on reading the staff report and reading the response from Shay, that we think that there's some missing facts and consideration and don't feel like appeal is even the appropriate venue to deal with this, since we're still trying to deal with provision of infrastructure and meet the conditions. So I'll go ahead and give that over to the clerk. Since we didn't find out about this appeal until middle of last week, it did take us some time to get everything prepared for this, or we would have gotten this to you sooner. So at this point in time, I think I like to keep my comments as quick as possible, even though the timer's not on. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board? Supervisor Elliott.
Okay, so I haven't read the letter here yet, but so these improvements that haven't been done over time, were these part of previous subdivision improvement agreements?
These aren't in the subdivision improvement agreements. These are just part of these additional letter agreements that are attached in order to satisfy the conditions. The subdivision improvement agreements, as they mentioned, is really just the roads surrounding the subdivision. But in the conditions of approval are a number of these larger off-site improvements, including additional roads and parks and things of that nature within the community.
And those were supposed to have been done in conjunction with other parcels that were developed?
As I said, it's this very complicated jigsaw puzzle, but essentially for the larger track for this is all part of specific plan area 3, and this area north of Grant Line Road, back, as I mentioned, back in 2007 when the conditions of approval were put in the tentative map, one of those included these conditions related to the park and Grant Line Road and a number of other improvements.
So when are these going to be done? The parks and the roads?
And again, that's the challenge we're going through right now. We've been furiously working with the 4 development entities who have all posted bonds in order to ensure that Grant Line Road will be completed. But I think the frustration the board has is while posting a bond does give you some security, it never guarantees that something's going to be built in a timely manner. So we're working on an updated 4-party agreement with the 4 development entities who have posted bonds related to Grant Line Road, and we're hoping to get that done in either, if not this meeting, by the next meeting. So that that's been the real delay, getting some assurance that we know that there's now a very clear timeline. If you watch the recording of our meeting, you'll see that's what our board members are most interested in. What's the timing on this? Mm-hmm. And by the way, this wasn't the only map that the board didn't take action on. It's not something where it's just focused on Shea. Kay Hovanian also came in with the map in the last couple months, and the board, since it's in that same general area, did not approve that map either.
So is Shea Homes one of the 4 entities that you're trying to work out an agreement with to establish a firm timeline to get these other mountain house improvements complete?
They are not. They're not one who has posted a bond in the past. Meritage, along with Mountain House Developers, Mountain House Investors, and Century Homes are the relevant parties.
Okay. Why don't you include Shea Homes in that agreement to try to get all these things done? I mean, it would just seem that if we get everybody to come to an agreement here on trying to solve these issues that are causing problems within the community members who live there now, everybody would be better off.
Well, we've already got four sets of attorneys. We don't want to get a 5th set of attorneys, and we think if we can get this solved, then that takes care of their map condition.
Okay. So what is the position then, what is your position then on why these public improvement agreements should not be signed and the project should not go forward?
Well, I report to the Mountain House Board of Directors. We brought forward to the Board of Directors a suggested method to move forward, and as I mentioned earlier, The board makes the policy, the staff does not make the policy, and it was the board's decision that at this point in time, they needed to see some action on Grant Line Road before they were interested in considering any other maps that had that condition that Grant Line Road had to be initiated. And that's certainly fully within their rights to do that.
Have you talked with Shea Holmes about participating in completing Grant Line Road, or at least their part of it?
We haven't talked in a while, but I did indicate to them, and we have been working very diligently really since September, October on this agreement. And I believe they're aware of that.
Okay. So what's your response to that opinion we heard earlier then that the real reason this action is being held up has to do with the lawsuit?
I don't think any members of our community are really aware of the lawsuit, and our board members can tell you that they're receiving that their action at that meeting was based on receiving a lot of feedback from the community, particularly about Grant Line Road and the frustration with the parks in neighborhood C and D being behind schedule. I think there's a lot of angst after this. As I said, 30%. Imagine adding 30% to your community in 3 years. And I can, even though we put in a lot of provisions for that, and then still seeing a road that has been proposed for construction since about 2008, still not completed.
Right. Okay, but is that road not being completed something that is the fault of Shea Holmes?
It's a condition of their map that this road be underway, just as it is with the KHOV map and with any other maps in that area that would still be coming forward.
Okay. I'm just having a little trouble completely grasping the issue here. If we've been proceeding in the past here with these bonds to guarantee completion of the work that at least is in progress or needs to be done, then why are we suddenly caught up here with this situation where this time we won't do it? And if there were, how many conditions? 56 out of 56?
67. I think, again, you need to think about the cumulative effect that adjacent to Grant Line Road, in the last couple of years, you've added close to 2,000 homes. That's probably about 6,000 to 7,000 trips a day, many of those going out on a road that still hasn't been completed. And so the reason that all these map conditions have time constraints on them is that they know when you provide the ability for people to have homes, there's also impact from these homes, and it's our goal to mitigate that impact. I mean, that's a requirement of development.
Right. Well, and that makes sense too. I mean, you want to make sure that all the things that need to be done for the community are in fact going to be accomplished in a timely manner. Now, with these the subdivision improvement agreements, they plan to get those improvements done in 2 years. Is that timely enough for those?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the timeline on these other items, the parks and the roads that you talked about?
The park should have been under construction about 300 building permits ago, and an even larger number of building permits ago is when Grant Line Road should have been initiated, but we were operating in good faith. But there's a point where it's not that we think it's for the benefit of the development community, again, that you don't want your construction to get too far ahead of your infrastructure. I don't think it's good for them selling homes if people don't have a place for their children to play, if they have to send their kid over to Lammersville School instead of the local school. There's a lot of these things where in order to have orderly and efficient growth in a community, and that's what the community expects out of us, we have to make sure that the development community is providing infrastructure at the same time that they're, particularly this larger community infrastructure, at the same time that they're building homes.
Okay, I don't think anybody would argue with that. The question is, how do we get this resolved here so that we can get the infrastructure completed in a timely enough manner to allow the projects to continue? Because at the same time, it appears that it's putting Shea Homes at a financial disadvantage here to delay it, and that may, delaying their ability to sell homes and bring in revenue may impact their ability to complete all of these other things that need to be done. So how do we get past that to come up with something that can satisfy everybody?
Well, that's my job right now and my staff. And as of today, and hopefully by Friday, I think for the eastern half of Grant Line Road, we should have all of the plans at a point where they can put these out to bid. We're working on a whole number of mitigations to try to speed up the construction of that. The developers have proposed to open up Central Parkway all the way over to Mountain House Parkway so that instead of people having to drive on Grant Line Road during construction, we'll have a brand new road as a detour, and that will hopefully take about 6 months off of the construction period so that this is happening as soon as possible. Again, the conditions is just to get the road underway, and we expect that to happen. We believe we're on schedule for that to happen this spring. But our board wants it all in writing. They want an updated agreement to make it clear not only when are you going to start this, but when are you going to complete this, when are you going to begin the second phase, so we're not back in this situation in 6 months.
Right. Okay, and then is Shea Homes engaging with you in this process to come up with those timelines and whatever is needed then to satisfy the board?
Well, on this one, Shea is really pretty much at the mercy of the developers who have taken on that responsibility. When they bought this map, I think one of the things when you buy a parcel map, which they did, there's some conditions on the parcel map that you have control over and other conditions of the map that you may or may not have direct control over. That's something fairly common in Mountain House, that you have to have some faith that when you purchase the parcel, the master developers are going to be doing their fair share of the offsite construction as well. We're working very hard right now. While this project has secured their sewer, there's a lot of other projects on the line because the master developers are about to spend $50 to $60 million to expand our wastewater treatment plant. And so these folks have bought these maps in the anticipation that it's going to be done, just like they bought this map in the anticipation that Grant Line Road would be done in a timely manner. That's just part of the risk of purchasing a property.
Okay, thank you very much. Through the chair, can we ask Mr. Harum to come up? He represents apparently some other developers who have an interest in this whole thing, and it appears that other developers are also involved in some of these other improvements. Could we call him up just to give his...
Yes, but before you leave, Mr. Pinger, I have just a couple questions. So on Grant Line Road, then you're saying Shea Homes doesn't have a responsibility or a role in that. That's really the master developers that you're dealing with on that?
I think you could characterize it that way. Their map is conditioned upon Grant Line Road beginning, but right now they are not one of the parties in interest.
Okay, and with the parks that are not on track, are those parks that are also the responsibility of the master developers or other developers, or is that something that Shea Homes has not been keeping up on?
That's the master developer.
Okay, so it appears that Shea Homes has been meeting all of the obligations and are prepared to move forward. It's the master developers that really the Mountain House board has issues with.
Right, and again, our challenge is we have other home builders in similar situations, and again, you just have to understand that when they buy a map, particularly an existing tentative map, They just have to anticipate that those who they are purchasing it from are going to follow through with their side of the equation. And I'm simplifying this. There's a lot more that goes into it, but I'm trying to keep it
We appreciate that.
out of the unabridged version.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Hiram? Fabulous. Why don't you come up and provide us with some more information?
Good morning, Madam Chair and honorable members of the board. My name is Bernice King-Tingle, and I'm actively serving now as board president. And I'm going to make this very brief. There's just a couple of things that I'd like to clarify. Our general manager has made it clear that I've been around for a while on 2 counts. I've just been around for a while, period, and I've been around for a while on the board. However, one of the things that I'd like to emphasize is that Shea has not satisfied our conditions which require completion of Grant Line Road. That is one of the main issues of the board. Grant Line Road and the expansion of the sewer plant. We don't want money and a bond saying that at some point in time we'll start work on the road. We need that done now and completed before any more cars are added to the road or toilets flushed. We also would like a follow-through by Shea on other Grant Line road builders because we're involved now with it affecting public safety. There's a lot of people on that road each morning. Just putting a little levity in it, you almost have to get an appointment to get on the road to wait another 30 minutes. It's just a gridlock. And our constituents are really concerned about, the questions are always, when is that road going to be expanded so you can only push so much water through the pipe, and the pipe is about ready to burst if it's not bursting. But I would like to clear up, and our general manager has done a very good job of explaining the history and what's going on here. But the 2 main things with our board is Grant Line Road, sewer expansion. We're not concentrating on the parks or what have you. That can be funneled in along the way. That's our main issue. And the key point that I want to make is that I want to make it absolutely clear that the board is not holding any litigation over the heads of Shea. We're interested right now in these 2 things, being completed, started, where people can see that there's progress. Because we just have too many homes that have gone up and we're putting more people on the pipe. And as homes are built and the road is not expanded, it's only going to get worse. But I do want to make it absolutely clear that our residents, they're not concerned about any litigation that are going on. They're concerned about Grant Line Road, so obviously that makes it our major concern also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Hiram?
Madam Chair, members of the board, I hadn't intended to speak today, but since I was invited to, I will certainly take that opportunity. I would remind you that I've been involved in the Mountain House project for approximately 35 years, and along with the late Mike McGrew, negotiated and wrote all of the agreements that affect that. And I guess at this point, with my white hair, I'm the last man standing that understands exactly what happened with all of those agreements. And that really leads me to my first point. I'm really surprised that one of the critical agreements affecting this was not mentioned in the staff report, nor was it mentioned by Shea. And that's the Public Service Allocation Agreement. And I think that's critical to this agreement. Now, by memory, I'll tell you what sections I think are important. Basically, 4A3 of that agreement states that the county gives the responsibility for county roads, including Grant Line Road, to the CSD. And then that's 4A3, and I believe 4B says that the CSD is responsible for public services improvements, including all the roads pursuant to 4A3. So this is an interesting situation in that public improvement is the responsibility of the CSD. And what Shea is asking you to do is to disregard the responsibility of the CSD with respect to those roads and make an opinion and determination on those roads contrary to them, even though you've given that power to the CSD. And I will tell you, having dealt with master plan communities, and this one for 41 years, the River Islands Project, this one and other ones, that was not what those intended. That's not what those documents that control this process intended. It was not intended that you would give the responsibility to the CSD and then reverse their determinations on public improvements. And this is a public improvement issue. And you will be in violation of the PSAA, in my opinion, if you grant the appeal of Shea today. And I'm really surprised that neither the staff report nor Shea dealt with this serious legal issue on that. Let me respond to some of the comments of what's going on here. As you know, this is a final map. A final map in substantial conformity with a tentative map should be approved. No question about that. In this instance, a number of conditions were put on this map. Shea never disagreed with those conditions. Those were CSD-oriented conditions, and it is the opinion of the CSD that those conditions have not been met. Now, in order to meet a condition, you can do it in one of two ways. If it's an improvement, you either construct the improvement and it's inspected and accepted by the public agency and the condition is approved, or you say, I want to proceed with my subdivision, I haven't done the improvements yet, may I please enter into a deferral agreement called a subdivision improvement agreement, where you agree to what you're going to build and then you post a bond to see that it gets done. That is at the option of the public agency. Curiously, a fact that is not pointed out in your staff report or by Shea. It's up to the public agency to decide it. And the critical language in the Subdivision Map Act, which has not been mentioned here, the agreement must be by mutual consent of the subdivider and the public agency. Simply what you have at this point is that the CSD and the Shea Homes have not reached mutual agreement on the form of the CSI, the Subdivision Improvement Agreement. And somehow you've got an appeal in front of you to reverse that or to say that the CSD didn't act correctly. I'm not quite sure, because the Subdivision Improvement Agreement is not a land use entitlement. It is an agreement by mutual agreement. These parties simply have not yet met that mutual agreement. And the fact that Shea has not talked to the CSD since October maybe suggests why that hasn't been done. So at this point, the question I would ask you is, why would you even be looking at this issue, in as much as this is an agreement between the CSD and Shea? If they can't meet agreement, then Shea could construct the improvements. And that's where the real rub is, which you haven't been told today, is that many of these conditions are written in both of language of joint and severable. In other words, Shea has to build the whole thing and just not their section unless they have another agreement. Typically, the CSD has said, you just have to do your part, you don't have to do the whole part. And what Shea doesn't want is the joint and several, where they have to do everyone's and then seek reimbursement. So this is about reimbursement. Shea could solve this problem by building what they need to build, but they don't want to do that. They want to enter into an agreement. There's not mutual consent with the agreement. I really don't see where this appeal goes anyplace at all. I think it's a mistake for you to proceed under those circumstances. And, one truthful argument that Shea made is that in the past, subdivision improvement agreements have been entered into. Absolute true fact. But if you watch carefully the CSD deliberations over the last 6 to 8 months, as I have, you will learn increasingly the concern about traffic has taken place. Now, I was mystified in their presentation. Shea talked about Teixeira and they talked about De Anza, but they didn't mention Grant Line. Grant Line is the backbone infrastructure road for the entire project. That's how you get in and out of it. And over a course of 8 months, there's been more and more testimony at the CSD that people are unable to exit the subdivision in the morning to go to work. And now we're getting projections that people say they take 30 or 40 minutes to get out of the project to get onto the freeway to get to work. So what we have is, at this point, the CSD has said there's a health and safety issue, there's an air quality issue in terms of congestion of traffic, and there's a quality of life issue if they keep approving subdivisions that flow into Grant Line and then no one can move on Grant Line. And they're basically saying we need to give our community an absolute dead right commitment that the improvements in Grant Line are going to get done within a reasonable period so we can end the congestion. And now in that circumstance, you continue to feed cars into Grant Line while you don't have that agreement and you don't have that assurance to the public. This CSD has made the determination until that agreement is approved, they don't want people building more houses and compounding the problem before they're able to say we have a permanent solution to that. This is what Shea disagrees with, because Shea is one of the biggest Southern California developers. They don't listen to people, and their MO is to run over people and get their way, and that's exactly what they're trying to do this today. I would conclude with 2 points. Number one, I didn't intend to talk about litigation, but I guess I have to because Mr. Hofer brought it up. Mr. Hofer said that Trimark has told someone that if the lawsuit goes away, their map gets approved. I will simply say that statement bears no relationship to reality, and it bears no relationship to the truth, and it is not a true and correct statement. And, of course, they're mocking me, but that's what people from Southern California like to do. And number two, I would tell you that it just has nothing to do with this at all. It is unrelated. It has to do with how reimbursements are given on building permits. And these people don't even have houses yet. He talked about houses and how some are getting sold and all of that. That was for another subdivision. That wasn't for this subdivision. He can't sell houses right now. He doesn't have a final map. So that issue isn't even ripe. And more than that, with respect to the Brown Act violation, they failed to present a letter in an adequate form to even raise a Brown Act obligation. So there isn't even an issue out there. It's not relevant, and Bernice confirmed that earlier. I would just conclude with this and a question that Mr. Elliott asked, which was, how do we get this solved? Which I think is the right question. The way you get that solved is you give the CSD time, working collaboratively with the development community, and they're working cooperatively and collaboratively with everyone but one to solve this problem, and then maps and houses can continue to be built once there's a permanent solution. If you agree with Shea today, you are going to cause chaos and mischief, and you're going to have other developers say, we don't have to deal with the CSD, we can just run to the Board of Supervisors, and the CSD, who has the power and responsibility with respect to road improvements under the PSA, will lose that right, and you will undermine it, and you will be in violation of the PSA, and I ask you not to do that. The other thing the development community is concerned about, and the reason I've been involved in this, is if maps continue to get approved with the conditions on grant line, the board may have no choice but to issue a moratorium on building permits, which, as you well know, nothing makes a developer more scared than anything in the world. And we simply don't want that. So at the end of the day, if you give Shea what they want, they may get nothing because they may have a subdivision that they can't get building permits for. So the idea that was raised that, well, we're losing our economic value or something like that, I think is untrue, because this agreeing with Shea is going to blow up grant line, and the CSD is going to have to take some sort of action to protect its community. And the situation, if you agree with Shea today, will be worse for the community, worse for the CSD, worse for the other developers, and worse for Shea. So I respectfully ask, don't deny the map. We don't want you to do that. We don't think that that would be a harsh and unfair solution. We think this appeal should be denied without prejudice, and Shea should be returned to go talk to the CSD, which they have not done since November, and that they should, I'm sorry, that gives you an idea of how these people act, and that they go back and they have to deal in an appropriate way, as subdividers do with local government, to solve the problem, so that everyone can continue to build out in an orderly fashion in Mountain House. I can answer any questions you may have.
Any questions for Mr. Harum? I don't see any. Thank you. I have a follow-up question for Mr. Pinkerton. So we've heard that Shea, the request has been made for Shea's appeal not to be granted and for them to come back because they haven't been in discussions with you. But 15 minutes ago, you said they weren't part of these discussions. They didn't have a role to play on Grant Line Road. I'm confused as to what exactly does the CSD want to happen here in regards to getting an agreement with Shea Homes.
Well, I think, I'm not sure that Shay would be interested in it. We could ask Shay to enter into this agreement, but we think that we've already got other parties who have bonded towards making this improvement happen. And so the goal right now is to get an executed 4-party agreement where we have clear timelines on Grant Line Road, and then we can go back to the board and let them know, okay, we now have a plan in place, and we don't think that approving additional maps will be at risk at this point to further exacerbating the health and safety issues related to traffic in the community. And so Shay could be part of that, but I'm trying to just stick with what we have, get that completed. I mean, they certainly could offer a subdivision improvement agreement, but we're probably 8 months pregnant with the other groups right now getting that done.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a little confused on that one, please. So, Shay Homes, I'm sorry, sir. Yeah, please, just want to have a quick follow-up. So Shay Homes is, as it's boiled down to really Grant Line Road, and wanting them, they need to participate, as Mr. Harriman specified, that, you need these road improvements. So Shay Homes is hitting a barricade. It's nothing going forward until Grant Line Road improvements have happened, but yet they haven't been included in that process of how it's going to be funded, how it's going to be, the work plan or whatever it's going to be. So by them being excluded, but then by them also being denied, they're almost in a catch-22. And that seems counterproductive. I would imagine that if you want to have things moving forward and being progressive, and you have an interested party that wants to be present and engaged and developing in the community, I would imagine you'd want them at the table. You'd want to be discussing and including them in that plan for this Grant Line Road, which seems to be the real big issue that needs to be improved. Give me a little clarity on here why they've not been included, and how is it that they can go forward without an understanding of what's happening on that Grant Line Road discussion with 4 other people when they are what would seem to be a 5th party of interest.
The current developers who are participating in Grant Line Road, as part of conditions of development for previous maps, had to post a bond to ensure that the road would be completed at some point in time. Up until this point in time, we had not required other developments not directly adjacent to Grant Line Road, but conditioned upon its improvement to put skin in the game, so to speak. Mm-hmm. And as I noted, we're probably days away from completing the final design that we've been working on with these other parties, which has been very long in coming. It's been very, very complicated. And we think that we're very close to a point where we can come up with a timeline. I think it would be in Shay's detriment at this point to add a 5th party, because I think we're very close to defining all of the timelines. Again, there are a lot of maps in Mountain House where you purchase a tentative map and there's conditions on that tentative map that are dependent upon the action of others. And often if you want to prevent that from not happening, you can often also be a backup. It's hard to get into all the language, but there are ways to make you joint and severally liable for an improvement that someone else is primarily responsible for. But again, at this point in time, the main issue here is not the Shay map or the KHAV map in the mind of the board. The main concern is not adding any more inventory before Grant Line Road is under construction.
Got it. So then, as you're indicating, you're days away from having this, what you're hoping is a completed plan with these 4 other parties.
Right, and we've got an updated budget. It's going to be close to $18 million now for the entire project. And so, we're working through that right now to make sure these folks have the capacity to initiate construction this spring. We think they do. As I said, we've looked at cost saving, different ways to help expedite cost savings, and we think we're we're down to the short strokes at this point.
Okay, so then at that point, when does Shea become an active participant in that? Are they part of a funding stream? Are they just on hold until that process is complete? Then it's a viable project because it's not further impacting the traffic flow and the congestion?
I think step one is to get the timeline, for the board to have an agreement in front of them, hopefully in February, the latest March, that comes up with a very detailed timeline that the three to four parties have to meet in order to ensure that as we reapprove a pipeline of homes, Grantline Road's not just going to begin, but it's going to be completed because there's multiple phases of the project that need to be built. You can't build it all at once. And so the board wants to ensure that we haven't started this and then it stops again. But as soon as construction is initiated, we expect to be this spring, then this map condition is no longer an issue.
So then that creates the pathway for Shea and their approval.
Right. Then the board can reconsider that. They can look at this and all the other items. And again, staff has a model. They've worked with the other builders and with Shea to mitigate. There's lots of other issues that have to happen during subdivision construction as well. But we don't anticipate those being an issue. As our board president said, while the park is also an issue, that's not the one in front of mind. It's the Grantline Road issue that's front of mind at this point in time.
Got it. And your guys' authority, obviously, as Mr. Harriman pointed out, is the Public Service Allocation Act. So it kind of comes back to that and through that board.
Right. All the roads one of the reasons we do this process where all the improvement agreements and things go through the board, our board first before they come to you, is that it's more streamlined that way because we're the ones with the ultimate responsibility to operate and maintain all of these facilities. The county doesn't have any facilities at all in Mountain House at this point in time. It's all built, bought, paid, maintained by the district, and that's why we have this partnership with the county, because if we're going to be the one responsible for maintaining all the improvements, we need to play a role in making sure that they're built. And all these agreements are important because we want to make sure things are built in a timely manner. One of the big fears the board always has is we're going to get all these homes built, we're going to have these deferred agreements for a bunch of public improvements, the recession's going to hit, and it's going to be 2009 all over again, where Grantline Road wasn't the whole number of improvements that were not completed back during the recession. And so we want to make sure that we time development consistent with the provision of infrastructure. That's what we've made, we have that responsibility to our community.
Okay. Just to sum it all up, since you guys have the authority, you do have a plan, seems to be close to being finalized with a new budget and a new perhaps work plan, so that in the next coming short weeks or several weeks, it sounds like it's kind of finalizing, then you'll be able to engage with Shea on their process moving forward now that you've got all the other pieces of the puzzle coming together.
Correct. Shea and the other parties who've been impacted by this.
Right. They just have been out of the loop because they're not part of that four-person discussion.
Correct. They can call me anytime. Don can call me anytime. That's good, Dave.
Thank you.
Through the chair.
Yes.
Supervisor Patty, since you mentioned the Public Service Allocation Agreement, one of the requirements under the subdivision or under the Public Service Allocation Agreement is for Mountain House to complete all of its actions and perform its actions in a timely manner so as not to hinder the delay or build out of the community. And that includes the review and approval of approvals as necessary to ensure construction of infrastructure improvements, which is exactly what the subdivision improvement agreements are. And the question then before the board is whether or not the actions by Mountain House have actually fulfilled that. Have they acted without delay and in a timely manner in carrying out their review?
Okay.
And I should note that, unlike a traditional community where the Public Works Department is responsible for the provision of all of the infrastructure, in Mountain House, the development community is responsible for the timely provision of infrastructure, and that's why it's so critical that we do have these agreements in place and that we do make our development community adhere to those things, and that's the fear of the board. They want to make sure that we're holding the development community's feet to the fire so that the infrastructure is provided in as timely a manner as possible.
Thank you. Madam Chair, a quick follow-up question for County Council. Based on what you're seeing, and Mr. Miles, based on what you're seeing, is there anything that you believe has triggered concern or a negligence of Mountain House to act on behalf of the development of their infrastructure and the planning?
I don't know that there's anything that I would say that arises to negligence. I would just say that there has obviously been a delay in the processing, as illustrated by the letter that was received by Mountain House that said we're withdrawing all of our approvals and not establishing a date when the further review of those improvement agreements or of that tentative or of the final map would occur. And so that at least raises a question about whether or not that is acting timely as required by the Public Service.
But if I understand correctly, they're pulling all of those map approvals based on their need to address the infrastructure planning.
That's what we've heard this morning, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Elliott?
Okay, so then to continue on this timeline line of thought here, you're expecting, I believe you said, to have this agreement with the other four parties complete in the next few days. So you mean by the end of the month?
We hope that the plans will be completed by the end of the month, and that's critical to be able to go out to bid. The actual agreement that updates the bond amounts and updates the timeline for when each stage of the project will be completed, which is what the board has requested of us, is timelines. That we're endeavoring to get on either the February 12th or March 18th agenda at the latest.
Okay. And through the chair, I'd like to just ask a question of Shay here as well.
And could I state one thing real quickly in response to County Council?
Sure.
If you're on the second page of my letter in the second paragraph, I specifically note the board expressed concern that various improvements that the Mountain House community had been promised had not been completed in a timely manner. It was requested that the general manager review the status of the completion of various improvements and report back to the board at a future meeting. So I think we did document why we were delaying the project at this time. Thank you.
Okay, and my question then for Shay Holmes is, having heard the concept for moving forward here from Mountain House, are you willing to withdraw your appeal or delay your appeal pending this action to see if that can clear the way then for moving ahead with your project?
We're not, and there's a good reason. I can explain why. The mechanism for dealing with health and safety issues within the Mountain House community is the building permit trigger. And I'm surprised that Mr. Pinkerton or even Mr. Harum, who represents not Mountain House CSD but Trimark, didn't bring this up because it's been a topic of conversation. The mechanism for dealing with these issues is building permit moratorium. And exactly as Mr. Harum said, we have talked to CSD staff. The 67 letters dealing with all these various different conditions identified that we were accepting of the idea that if need be, because of traffic situation, stop building permits, stop issuing building permits. We give them the authority to do that. We did that in the letters. They have full authority to do that, but it has to be done fair. It has to be done across all subdivisions. This issue, and so Garrett is prepared to talk about the legalities of the Grant Line Road conditions, being that they're off-site. We're not even in the area of Grant Line Road with this community. We're part of Neighborhood D. We're the smallest part of Neighborhood D. All other maps and communities within Neighborhood D have advanced. They've been given their maps, they've been given their building permits, and they've advanced, right? And the reason for that is because there's a mechanism that's been put in place, and it does get a little bit involved, and I don't want to get into the weeds here, but there are master developer obligations for things like Grant Line Road, and there's neighborhood builder obligations, which is what we are. That's why we haven't been at the table. The reason we're not at the table relative to Grant Line Road is because we're not a master developer. We pay a fee. We already paid $3.1 million to Grant Line Road and traffic impacts when we annexed. Okay? That money is gone. We've paid it. There's also, at the time of building permit, when we pull building permits, there's additional traffic impact fees that we pay at that point. So we pay for these improvements. In one sense, they need us to move forward because they need the money to build the infrastructure, right? And so that's an important distinction. Holding the map is not an option for us. We've moved forward in good faith, right? The CSD and the county issued building permits for the models. We, in good faith, built those models. We've got millions of dollars invested here, and all we're asking is for our map to be approved. The way we have all talked about this for years, the fact that Mr. Harum refuses to admit that this is a leverage that they're trying to exert over Shea Homes is almost laughable. Okay, if you follow the fact pattern, right? The writs filed, and they, for no reason, pull our item off the agenda. We advanced to you guys for discussions, and they unilaterally pull all of our conditions back with no reason or justification and with no timeline for consideration, no matter what Mr. Pinkerton says. Right? We don't want to be in this position, guys. We've advanced this project in good faith, and we would just like to be dealt with fairly. Everybody else gets a map. We would like a map. If there's a problem with traffic, we empathize with that. We understand. But hold building permits and do it fairly. That's all we're asking. The mechanism is there.
Supervisor Elliott, I'd like to respond in part to your comment, too, about this kind of, where I think people are thinking about a possible solution of delaying this until the CSD works out this process with other developers. But as Mr. Miles cited in the staff report, we're all subject to a provision of the Subdivision Map Act that requires prompt action on the final map. The code section is Government Code Section 66458, and that requires action on the map today because the map has been presented to this board or at the absolute latest at your next regularly scheduled meeting. So there is not a statutory allowance to allow the CSD to go back and work with the staff, work with the master developers to kind of resolve this process independently and for us to bring this back to you. We're all constrained by the MAP Act provisions, and we have to move forward with this expeditiously. And Don, I don't think made this point, but this idea of continuing to work with the CSD, hoping we go back to another CSD board hearing, there's already been 2 opportunities for CSD board hearings. We were on the agenda on June 12th, 2019 with a favorable staff report recommending approval. We were on the agenda again for October 8th, 2019 with the favorable staff report. We all showed up at the hearing, but the board, again, and I think the letter from the CSD lawyer that we just received isn't entirely accurate because it kind of insinuates that the board made some kind of deliberate decision at that hearing, but it didn't. Our item was deferred. We didn't even have a chance to present. And that happened twice. And so we don't have the confidence to think that there could be some extra process involving parties either with Shea or without Shea that would ever result in us getting back to a point where we'd have any kind of timely relief. And because of that, we're not able to actually, we can sell homes, but we can't close on those transactions. And as Don and others can attest to, we've already exerted a significant amount of money in reliance on the ability to get our map approved.
Hi. Good afternoon. Good morning. I'm Sharon Weibel. I'm corporate counsel for Shea Homes. I felt compelled to say something just because Mr. Harum was at the podium. He's representing Trimark. As you know, Shea has brought a writ against Trimark, and we have separate litigation against Trimark. I'm surprised that Mr. Harum said what he said, and I feel compelled to point out the inaccuracy. And that is that I met with Mr. Harum in an attempt to resolve the lawsuit. We're actually trying to get into mediation with Trimark, and really what Mr. Harum said to me is drop your lawsuit and we'll get your final map within a week. It wasn't covert, it wasn't privileged, it wasn't confidential, it wasn't a veiled threat, it was overt. And I think it's important that the board understand that when Mr. Harum's up here speaking to you about his interests in this matter, which I really don't understand why Trimark has any interest in Shay's final map. And we're available for questions.
Thank you. I have one more card here for public comment from Michael Harlan.
Good morning, board. My name is Michael Harlan. I work for K-Hub Homes. And I've heard a lot of discussion about things being delayed, and I wanted to address the Grant Line Road situation. What I've heard from in a meeting with one of the master developers and county staff, the Grant Line Road improvement plans have been through, I think it was 19 plan checks. So the master developers have been trying to get this done, but for whatever reason, it's been very difficult to get a set of plans approved. I haven't been directly involved, but I just thought it was important to mention this, that there has been significant effort, but 19 plan checks, I mean, for Grant Line Road, it's excessive.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have no more cards and seeing no more, I guess I will call out. Is there any other member of the public for the public hearing want to address the board? Okay, if not, I'm going to close the public hearing.
Chair Miller, before you close, would you entertain just a few comments in rebuttal to some of the public speakers on behalf of the appellant?
I thought you'd already gotten up and made additional comments.
My apologies. That was in response to Supervisor Elliott's question, but if you would allow it, I'd like to just make a few concluding points, and I can promise you I'll be very brief.
Okay, thank you.
So just a few things we'd like to kind of reiterate here as we conclude. First was a comment that we heard from the CSD general manager about reconsideration of tentative map conditions. And to Shay, that's very alarming because it kind of is axiomatic of the concerns that we've been having in that the CSD would like to revisit conditions that have been approved, finalized, and relied upon for the last 13 years. Second, we're concerned about some of these insinuations that Shay should be singled out to complete major infrastructure items like Grant Line Road, public parks, these massive infrastructure obligations that service the entire community when we only have 173 homes to build and that are far beyond any kind of reasonable nexus to the impacts of our project. With respect to Grant Line in particular, Mr. Hofer mentioned that Shay, as a merchant builder, pays building permit fees to ensure that we mitigate all of our traffic impacts. We've already paid annexation fees that relate directly to repayment of master developers for prior upsizing of Grant Line Road, and we can't have our map approved because these overall major facilities haven't been delivered by the time that our final map is presented to this body. With respect to the Public Services Allocation Agreement, our firm provided a memo to Mr. Miles and County Council in 2019 that fully addresses, we think, that this body has all the authority it needs to approve the improvement agreements and the final map, regardless of what is in the Public Services Allocation Agreement. With respect to the litigation threat that I heard about the Public Services Allocation Agreement, I would just remind the board that your tentative map conditions require Shay to indemnify the county with respect to any litigation brought in furtherance of the map pursuant to the Subdivision Map Act. And we've had that conversation separately with Mr. Miles to reiterate our understanding of our obligations. And then finally, there was a comment made about, I think by Mr. Harum, that only the CSD can enter into the subdivision improvement agreement in this case because it is the legislative body. That's fundamentally incorrect. Under the Subdivision Map Act, the term legislative body is defined to include a city or county or city and county, and of course, San Joaquin County is a county. And with that, we'll conclude. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing, and then I'm going to call for a 5-minute recess before we have our final discussions because I have a feeling this is going to be somewhat involved. So we're going to break for 5 minutes, and then we are going to be back here. Ackley. Okay, we're back. So we've concluded the public hearing portion of this, and I want to ask the board if you have any follow-up comments or questions for County Council. Supervisor Elliott.
Thank you. Early in the, this question is for County Council here. Early in the presentation, you brought up the fact that the board's action here is a ministerial action. So could you define what that means? What does that require us to do?
So let me clarify that a little bit. So there are the ministerial actions that are involved. The approval of final maps are ministerial actions, in that you're determining whether or not the conditions of approval have been satisfied. The action that's before you of granting or denying the appeal is not a ministerial action. And to your specific question, though, the ministerial act is an action where you're not exercising your discretion. Is this in the best interest? Is this not? But has this condition been satisfied? If the condition said improve X street, and the evidence before you was that X street had been improved, then that condition would be satisfied. And so by a ministerial act, that's what you're looking at, is has it been satisfied or not?
Okay, so under the action that's before us today, if we grant the appeal, that would authorize the Director of Public Works then to review the subdivision improvement agreements and perform
ministerial action of deciding whether the improvements had been complete?
No, it will authorize the Director of Public Works to review the subdivision improvement agreements and determine whether they are satisfactory to fulfill the condition, the required condition. So it requires the Public Works Director to review the agreement and make sure that it adequately fulfills the condition.
Okay.
The Public Works Director would make a recommendation back to the board of either to accept that agreement or not accept it.
Okay. So none of that sounds like it's ministerial in nature. You were saying that the only ministerial action then is that we have to approve the map if the conditions have been met.
That's correct.
Okay. So given all of the conflicting information we've heard today about the Subdivision Map Act and the Public Service Allocation Agreement and all of these things, what is the best path forward here to bring this to resolution? I mean, I personally want to come up with a good resolution to this issue so that we can have Mountain House develop in a way that's best for all of the residents over there, and that will further the development of the county, further the good interests of the people in the county. So what's your opinion on the best path forward here to bring this to resolution?
Well, for the specific action that's before the board is to grant or deny the appeal. If you deny the appeal, they will have to determine what its next steps are. And I won't attempt to speak for Shay or to read the minds of Shay to know what those steps might be. If you elect to grant the appeal, then that is, we know what that path will be, and that will be for Public Works to review those agreements and make a recommendation to the board regarding the final map.
Okay. And then the issue of public safety. We certainly support maximum attention to public safety. How does that figure into this consideration here today? I mean, in terms of the traffic and the concerns about that.
That's a bit outside my wheelhouse.
Okay, well, what I meant was, what consideration regarding public safety is appropriate to consider on this particular act, where what Shay is asking for is approval of their conditions, I guess.
Well, I see what you're saying. Yeah. On this particular action, I haven't heard anybody speak to public safety as to these two subdivision improvement agreements. The consideration for the board would be that if you grant the appeal and the Director of Public Works recommends adoption of the subdivision improvement agreements, then it's up to the board to determine whether all of the conditions of approval for the final map have been satisfied. And if in that consideration you think that a condition, for instance, the Grant Line Road conditions, if you think that those have not been adequately satisfied, then in that circumstance, you can't approve the final map. You can only approve the final map if all of the conditions have been satisfied. So that's where I think your public safety question comes into play.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Wynn, I just want to let the board know too, my request to speak button, it's not popping up in order, so I'm just going to go down the line here. All righty? Supervisor Wynn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As I understand it, Mr. Miles, in your staff report, it does talk about the flexibility in regards to either approving the appeal or denying it, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So, and when you talk about, as Supervisor Elliott has raised in regards to the various points on the approval of this particular agreement, we've heard general comments in regards to what may be included, what not be included. I think the number is 67? Is that correct?
Okay. 67 conditions.
Okay. So, I'll be honest with you. I mean, I've been on a planning commission, and I've been on the city council, and I've been on the board of supervisors. I'm very reluctant to make a decision on something based upon a staff report and certainly just public testimony, and nothing to the discredit of anybody who spoke, because I think you're all being sincere and genuine in your comments. But I also have a concern in regards to, and we've talked about this periodically on this board, in regards to 66 different boards, committees, and commissions that we have approved. And in fact, Vice Chair Patty gave recommendations for appointments this morning. I have a tremendous amount of faith and trust in these bodies in regards to how they make their decisions. And the other part of it is they're much closer to the issue than I am. My district is on the opposite side of the county of Mountain House. Supervisor Elliott obviously is representing that district. And see, I'm not affected, and neither are my constituents. So it would be easy for me just to make a decision and say, well, this is the way it should be. But the ramifications or consequences of that decision would be far-reaching and not even touch, even the western part of my district, which is about half the county. So I'm reluctant to, at least this point, I have to clarify this. I'm reluctant at this point to at least detour or derail the process. There's been a lot of things said. I understand the issue, which is a little more complicated in regards to Grant Line Road. I'm very familiar. I've been on Grant Line Road. It's a mess. I've gone over to, various communities over in the Bay Area through there, and it's just it's a mess. I don't care which way you're going. As Supervisor Patty, Supervisor Villaput, and myself all sit on the LAFCO, the County Planning Commission, and this issue comes up quite frequently in regards to developments and how do they impact the community. We had one last year which really was on the verge of, at least in my opinion, of being denied because it didn't provide the adequate traffic flow for an area that's continued to increase in population and housing units. And I understand the comment made in regards to if you want to, shut down permits, then it should be equal. Well, I understand that concept. However, the problem I have is that by virtue of the existing developers who've had property available for sale or houses available for sale, they've been in the process for several years. We are adding more and more, which contributes to the traffic problem Supervisor alludes to. I know there's always consideration in regards to the public safety problem, which police and fire, municipal service reviews are very critical in regards to those particular developments, and also existing cities and municipalities. So I can appreciate Shay's frustration. I understand where you're coming from, but at this point in time, I'm not comfortable with taking this away from the community service district. However, I would have to say that I would hope that the communication between the two groups would be more comprehensive, and certainly, as Supervisor Elliott alludes to, in regards to resolving the issue, because I don't think anybody doesn't want to see Shay Development build their homes. I don't think that's a concern. I think it's how we get there is really the main issue, and I think that there's an opportunity here. And I know it's contingent upon the four parties with regards to building Grant Line. I understand that Shay is not necessarily adjacent to Grant Line, so I assume it doesn't have an impact directly. But Tracy is such a growing area, and Mountain House is obviously adjacent to it. So I would at least want the CSD board and Shay, based upon the conversation today, to take another crack at it and see what happens. And if that isn't fruitful, maybe we end up back here again. But I would certainly consider a denial without prejudice to allow this to return to this body if, in fact, it's not resolved in the near future. I understand. Believe me, I've dealt with a lot of developers over the years. I understand the criticality in regards to the timeliness of these issues. But I also am very sensitive to not my constituents, but Supervisor Elliott's constituents in regards to making sure that we don't create something that I don't have to deal with, but he has to deal with, and certainly the Mountain House Board of Directors, CSD, and certainly the adjacent Tracy residents, which is very important. So just my 2 cents, and going back to the County Council, I'm assuming that we could make a recommendation for a denial without prejudice, which would allow this to come back to this body. Is that correct?
Yes, you could. And if I may, Chair, there's been some discussion this morning about moratoriums on housing permits and building within Mountain House. The county, through its agreements, through the development agreements in that area with Trimark, other developers, also through the agreements with the CSD, is severely restricted in its ability to kind of housing moratoriums within the Mountain House community.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, I missed the tail end of what you said there.
The county is severely restricted in its ability to impose any kind of housing moratoriums within the Mountain House community.
Would that include the CSD's ability to approve building permits?
Well, the CSD doesn't approve building permits. Those are approved by the county.
And so that severely restricts our ability to do that.
Yes, it does.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Patty?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through the Chair, if I could call up Mr. Harum, please, if we'd like to hear a follow-up. I have a question for him.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir. Just for a minute of clarity, we've talked about, and I'm asking you because you've got a historical history, information on the developments and the Mountain House in particular. We're talking about the conditions of the plans and if they've been met. And as it relates to Shay Homes, Shay has said they're removed from Grant Line, but would you give me a little bit of clarity on Shay's relationship to Grant Line, please?
You have master developers who get projects approved and their conditions of approvals. Those condition approvals then get shifted to each smaller subdivision that is then sold off by the master. Here you have a situation where the master sold off the smaller one to Shea. One of the conditions that follows that smaller map is the construction of Grant Line Road. So technically, Shea is responsible jointly and severally, is the way the conditions read, to construct Grant Line Road. Now, obviously, you're not going to have a project that's building 173 units be responsible for a multi-million-dollar road. I mean, that doesn't make sense. But nevertheless, that is the legal condition on that map. So to say that there is no relationship between the conditions of approval for the map in question and Grant Line is, in my opinion, not a fair statement.
Got it. Thank you very much. That's all. That was my question I needed. Madam Chair, I think I'm fine.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, yeah, just.
Pudwa?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair. You know what? It sounds like very complicated, and I kind of agree with Supervisor Wynn. I think that for us to make a decision is very difficult. I'm in favor of denying the appeal, and I think you guys should get back in the boardroom, sit down, and work this out. I don't think that granting the appeal will get anywhere. That's how I feel. Thank you.
Thank you. From my standpoint, I want to make sure that the county responds to this appropriately. But I also share Supervisor Wynn and Supervisor Elliott's concerns for the residents of Mountain House. It's our job above all others to make sure that we protect the residents of San Joaquin County. So while they may reside in Supervisor Elliott's district, they really are constituents of all of us. Everyone in San Joaquin County we're responsible for. And I also lean toward listening to local elected officials in terms of the needs of their community. I know that the last year or so has been difficult in terms of management. In Mountain House, the board had a lot of tough issues to wrestle with and made some changes. And I think that's led to some of these delays. But I do have a lot of faith and trust in the elected officials that were elected by the people of Mountain House. So I'm going to bring it back to the board in terms of your desire on this.
I'll make a motion to deny the appeal.
Without prejudice?
Without prejudice.
All right. That was Supervisor Patty's.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion and a second.
I do have a comment here. So.
Yes.
So the motion is to deny the appeal without prejudice, and I'm assuming you're meaning to direct the parties then to
Absolutely.
go back and work out an equitable arrangement.
Yes, that would be great.
Okay. All right. So while I think that to some degree Mountain House CSD is partly responsible for the difficulties that we have here in terms of letting this problem with Grant Line Road drag out this long until now it's become an issue that is going to affect one of the major developers. Still, I do think that we have some responsibility or some obligation to the elected officials that are directly dealing with a municipality, not a municipality, but with an unincorporated area to count on their best judgment as to what's best for their division and work out the problems that are before them in a way that will best satisfy the residents of the community. So I will support this as long as we're talking about denying without prejudice, directing the parties to come back together and come up with an agreement that will work out this to the best interests of all concerned.
Yeah, I agree. A motion without prejudice and to instruct both parties to sit down in a room and try to work this out again.
And I'll be honest, from my standpoint, County Council's comment that the county would be severely limited in our ability to deny building permits, that's not a way to to deal with this down the road. And so we have a motion and a second on the floor to deny without prejudice.
An opportunity.
I really don't think it's gonna have an impact at this point. We've been here listening to testimony for several hours, and so.
And I appreciate that. However, we have agreed to hold building permits, right? It's in a letter of agreements between the CSD and Shea. While the county might be limited, there are agreements in place that handle this, and don't create the scenario you're basing this decision on. Okay, that's the first thing. The other thing.
Really, thank you. Okay, we have a motion and a second on the floor. Please cast your votes. Motion carries 5-0. Thank you to everybody that provided a whole lot of information and testimony. Our next public hearing is acceptance of securities and approval of subdivision improvement agreements and final map of tract number 3670, Mountain House Neighborhood D, unit number 2 and 4, located east of Prosperity Street and north of Texera Avenue.
Madam Chair, that item was contingent on the outcome of this first hearing. And so without the board approval of or direction to the Public Works Director to review those, that item is not appropriate at this time.
Or about 66458 in the fact that the map has been presented to this body at this hearing, and so the map needs to be either approved or denied today or at the next regular scheduled board hearing. And I would direct the body to 66473 of the Government Code, which says that if you're going to disapprove the final map, then you need to adopt findings as to every one of the conditions that hasn't been met. And we would insist on compliance with that if the map is going to be disproved.
Madam Chair, I'd recommend that this item be continued over to the next regular meeting.
Okay. We will continue item number 3 until our next regular board meeting. Thank you. Okay, our next item is a discussion item to approve applications for homeless housing assistance and prevention funds for a total of $5,990,722 and related budget appropriations and revenue increase, and authorize the establishment of an interest-bearing trust fund 81385 to deposit HAP funds.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair Miller, members of the board, County Administrator Nino. It's a pleasure to be before you today. I have a PowerPoint presentation. And so today I'm going to be asking you for a recommendation authorizing the application for the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program. But first, I'll be getting into more details on that program later and the nature of the recommendation. But first, I was asked to provide a sort of broad presentation about where we are in terms of county initiatives on homelessness, either initiatives that are associated directly with San Joaquin County or that are happening throughout the county. And so I appreciate your patience as I go through those. And so ultimately, what we're going to be talking about today is the board's direction on homelessness, and which provides county staff with direction and guidance on items such as housing, mental health, substance abuse, issues of law and justice, metrics which really reflects the complexity of the issue of homelessness, and This guidance really leverages the work of the Homelessness Task Force, the San Joaquin Continuum of Care, and county staff to provide that guidance. We'll be talking about the priorities of the San Joaquin Continuum of Care, especially in reference to the provision of new units of permanent supportive housing within the county, new beds of emergency shelter within the county, and new funds for preventing people from becoming homeless in the first place. All of those things designed to support a system of housing and services that brings people quickly and efficiently from the streets into temporary placement and then hopefully into something more permanent. And with a target population right now, as of today, of focusing on unsheltered homelessness. That is not to say that the Continuum of Care is not interested in reducing homelessness throughout all populations or all groups in San Joaquin County. But the clear community need right now is to target unsheltered homeless and chronic homelessness. And that is going to be what I'm hearing, the push from the Continuum of Care over the next year. We'll be talking about the Home-Based Strategic Plan and their efforts to develop feedback from the community on community-wide goals and strategies to address homelessness. And the clarity that is kind of bubbling up through that process that those goals throughout the communities are aligned with the Continuum of Care and with the county and, in fact, with the state of California, which is no surprise considering the amount of communication that's happened up to this point. We'll be discussing that these strategies are complementary and require simultaneous action in order to be effective, and that multiple projects are in progress with multiple sources of funding, but that those future funding sources will require regional collaboration, as does the HAP program. And of course, I'll be talking about HAP a little later, which will almost certainly be a key source of funding for 2020 and perhaps beyond. On February 22nd, 2017, this board adopted a series of strategic priorities on homelessness that, again, were informed by the work of the Homelessness Task Force and others. Amongst those priorities were to foster collaboration between public and private agencies regarding the collection of data, to adopt a housing-first model, to develop unified discharge policies for folks being discharged, to prevent folks from being discharged into homelessness, to adopt a no wrong door approach, which essentially says that if someone presents for homeless services at an organization, they can be efficiently and successfully diverted to the right organization, wherever that might be, regardless of which door they ended up at. And also to foster public and private partnerships for the development of new strategies and the enhancement of existing programs to prevent homelessness before it occurs. Additionally, on April 26, 2018, this board adopted 4 more recommendations of the Homelessness Task Force, which, again, provides guidance to all county staff, folks like me, and everybody to move forward on homelessness initiatives. Those were to support programs that deflect and divert homeless individuals from the criminal justice system, to adopt policies and procedures for law enforcement when dealing with folks with mental health needs, to prioritize community development block grant and home funds for the creation of additional permanent housing, and to continue to engage with HUD to assist with the restructuring of the continuum of care and the establishment of goals and objectives. And I can tell you that that progress happened in 2019. The technical assistance from HUD and more structurally sound the continuum of care is than it was at the beginning of that process. Additionally, on July 23, 2019, the board adopted what was referred to as the Board Policy Statement on Homelessness, which established homelessness as an operational priority for all county departments. Part of that statement sought to address issues of health, safety, welfare, behavioral health, substance abuse, also to foster input and dialogue with the community, and to establish processes for collecting and analyzing metrics around homelessness. That policy cited the lead departments, which were the Sheriff's Office, the District Attorney's Office, Community Development, and Healthcare Services as amongst the departments that are absolutely at the front lines of addressing homelessness for San Joaquin County, but also mentioned that this is an operational priority for all county departments because indeed almost every county department has some sort of stake in the issue of homelessness. Regarding the San Joaquin Continuums of Care's priorities, and over the course of this last year, as that group has become more structurally sound, one of the key goals of that group was to develop more cohesive priorities through a consensus building process that they could then feed back to elected bodies and really anyone who is interested in that conversation. And so again, they really are talking about three legs of a stool, which is emergency shelter at the front end of that system of housing and services that I mentioned previously, permanent supportive housing, expanding units of permanent supportive housing, the back end of that system that we had discussed, and then sort of overarching that or in complement to that is the idea that how can we develop programs that will prevent people from becoming homeless in the first place. One of the things that the Continuum of Care put out as a sort of a talking point to get the conversation going about what would make an effective shelter in San Joaquin County is a report called Shelter That Succeeds. That was released on October 10th of last year. That report was prepared by the chair of the San Joaquin Continuum of Care, John Mendelson, in concert with folks like myself, folks that work for shelter providers, the board of directors of the Continuum of Care, the Lodi Committee on Homelessness, Stockton Police Department, multiple folks from county staff, the Stockton Chamber of Commerce, the Downtown Stockton Alliance, and the Business Council. A really broad group of people contributing information to this report. There were multiple conclusions from this report that primary of those is probably that shelter alone is insufficient. The idea that housing without services is as ineffective as services without housing. And so shelter must operate as a part of a broader system that includes permanent housing, prevention, treatment, and other wraparound services in order to be really successful. That shelter, in order to meet current need, we would need to triple the number of shelter beds that exist today in San Joaquin County. That effective shelter that succeeds will require commitments of ongoing funding to complement the one-time funds like HAP, HEAP, and CASH. That in order to be effective, these shelters must be low barrier so that it addresses the issues that are currently stopping some folks from wanting to access emergency shelter. We talked about the 3 Ps as being the greatest challenge to those. That is pets, partners, and possessions. But again, only issued a couple of weeks ago. There has not been any real progress on any of these items to my knowledge, but this is certainly something that myself and my colleagues are going to be keeping a close eye on. Assembly Bill 1486 is a new law that aims to connect developers who are interested in building more affordable homes to publicly owned land that is both available and suitable for housing development. So on January 1st of this year, local agencies, including counties, were required to begin the process of identifying surplus land and sending notices of availability to the state of California. By January 1st, 2021, the state will begin the implementation process for 1486, and by April 1st, all cities and counties will be required to complete that surplus land inventory and to make that information available to developers by the state. And I can tell you that in my conversation with Director Cunningham, certainly San Joaquin County is very much on track to meet all of those deadlines. At the direction of County Administrator Nino, myself and Deputy County Administrator Adam Brucker developed what we called the Affordable Housing Developers Request for Qualifications. The idea here was to develop a list of pre-qualified housing developers following this process, intended to streamline the process of implementing housing funds, knowing that whether we are talking about funds that we have access and control of today or funds that we know are going to be coming in the future, how can we determine ways to simplify the process as much as possible, and certainly within law, to more quickly implement these funds that are going to be made available to us, reflecting the real urgency of the crisis and the matter at hand. So this really seeks also to include market rate developers in addition to traditionally affordable developers. Like I say, we've seen some success in that because market rate developers have expressed a significant amount of interest in this and being included in this list of developers, and so we're going to keep our eye on that. That was released on January 6th, and submissions will be due February 24th. You're familiar with the encampment response team that began its work in May of 2019. That is a multi-departmental team that is designed to manage and resolve homeless encampments on county property and right-of-ways, consistent, of course, with federal, state, and local law, and also the case of City of Boise versus Martin. It's also got the goal of connecting unsheltered homeless with services, and there's whole systems around making sure that that happens every time encampment is mitigated. You see that we've had 20 total complaints as of this writing to the county regarding unsheltered homeless encampments around the region. 10 encampments were found on county property and right-of-way. 7 of those have been mitigated. 3 were dispersed prior to mitigation, and we currently have 3 multi-agency collaborations pending, which will allow the county to move forward on some additional work in this regard. When I give talks about this sort of thing on behalf of the county, and I do that quite a bit, I always talk about whole person care as one of the flagship programs that the county operates. It is really at the forefront of providing a significant amount of services to the homeless. It serves Medi-Cal beneficiaries who are chronically homeless or at risk of homelessness, have mental health or substance use issues, and or are you overutilizers of the emergency department. Not everybody that's in whole person care has to be homeless. It's not a requirement of the program, but most folks are. And so what we see is over the course of that 5-year pilot, 1,697 individuals enrolled and 1,141 actively enrolled as of today. A significant number of folks that are receiving a level of care that they would not otherwise receive without this county support. In addition to some other things, it provides stable funding for 19 recuperative care beds at Gospel Center Rescue Mission, as well as 10 emergency beds at Stockton Shelter and Gospel Center for folks who are whole person care participants and leaving incarceration. Also, the program received additional one-time funds for housing to the tune of $1.3 million, a portion of which was used in December by the county to provide funds for the winter shelter program that you may recall. Currently, because we are at the end of this 5-year pilot, plans are underway to transition the program into what's called Healthier California for All, formerly known as CalAIM. And again, that process is ongoing. I'd like to highlight some of the higher level things that have been able to be implemented because of county support. Crossway residences will create 35 units of housing for seriously mentally ill SMI folks. Victory Gardens will provide, once it's online, 49 units for homeless veterans in the VASH program, Veteran Assisted Supportive Housing. There's the No Place Like Home program, which county staff has been working feverishly to try to implement. There are no specific plans in place right now, but certainly those plans are in the works right now. Additionally, regarding emergency shelter, the county's provided support for a 118-bed expansion at Gospel Center Rescue Mission for their New Life Women's Program, also known as the Alisteza Project. Certainly the largest expansion of emergency shelter and transitional shelter that the county has seen in a very long time. We also provide general project support for shelter providers. And what that means is pretty much every shelter provider gets a piece of that money in order to do all sorts of things that the money is eligible to be used for. We're talking about Haven of Peace, Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, Gospel Center, Hope Harbor in Lodi. I could go on. Women's Center. I could go on. And then, of course, the winter shelter expansion, which provided 100 new beds at Gospel Center and Stockton Shelter. But without county support, none of these expansions, none of these projects would be possible to the extent that they are, or perhaps not at all. So I just like to highlight that when I speak to the public. Talking about the regional plan that's being developed by Home Base. Work began on that plan October 1st. They are currently targeting a completion date for mid-February. Maybe not to have a final document, but certainly to have a document that they can present to the general public in draft form, and to probably get some more community feedback on before we arrive at that final document. Following the completion of that, Home Base will continue its work in order to develop an implementation plan for specific goals that are highlighted in that document. That will talk about roles of different agencies, funding sources, etc. The hope is that the development will be a very comprehensive implementation plan for the sort of strategies and priorities that they're going to be elucidating through the document. The Home Base has been facilitating meetings of the Strategic Planning Committee in October and November, which has been incredibly helpful in terms of getting that feedback, and also interviewing key stakeholders throughout San Joaquin County, certainly with leadership from community-based organizations, staff from cities and the county, and also the currently and formerly homeless. I had the opportunity to participate in that session held at Stockton Shelter for the Homeless, and it was a great experience. From this community feedback, in general, Home Base is coming up with 3 pillars that have been identified by the community in terms of coordination and systems, crisis response, and permanent housing solutions. So things like prioritizing and distributing funds, data collection, community engagement, new low barrier shelter, prevention services, outreach, new units of affordable housing, landlord incentives. Those are sort of the general goals that are now trickling up to the top through this community engagement process. The culmination of that process really was what Home Base organized and called the Summit on Homelessness. It happened on December 4th at the Stockton Civic Auditorium. County Administrator Nino was there representing the county and gave some opening comments, as well as Mayor Michael Tubbs from the City of Stockton and Chair John Mendelson of the Continuum of Care, representing the 3 agencies, the 3 entities that have been working very closely with Home Base to develop this plan. And again, these It was designed to facilitate these discussions around these 3 pillars that were already identified going into this meeting based on that community feedback, and to talk about what the priorities were. And as you can see, the top 3 priorities from this particular meeting identified were expansion of low barrier shelter, landlord incentives, and then ensuring that the homeless management information system is as broadly and most effectively used as possible. On December 13th, I had the opportunity and the pleasure to participate, and as a couple of you did, with this legislative staff tour that happened. So folks from Senate and Assembly Budget and Housing Committees, representatives from different Assembly members and senators, and CSAC staff all came to San Joaquin County to learn more about what it is that we are doing around homelessness, some of the items that I'm talking about today. We had multiple county participants there providing presentations on those different items and background, answering questions. We talked about Victory Gardens. We talked about Crossway residences. We had an opportunity to tour Crossway residences businesses as a group, led by Housing Authority Executive Director Peter Ragsdale. We went to Stockton Shelter for the Homeless and met with and got a tour from my successor, Jolynn McMillan. That was a particular pleasure for me. And also toured homeless encampments in the Stockton area, led by our intrepid chief, Ed Martell. Another source of funding that we are going to be keeping our eyes close on as the year progresses is the permanent local housing allocation. This is authorized by Senate Bill 2. There are 3 jurisdictions in San Joaquin County that will be receiving this allocation. You can see those there: the county, the city of Stockton, and the city of Lodi. The eligible uses include affordable housing development, matching funds for housing trust funds, capitalized operating reserves for permanent supportive housing, operating and capital costs for navigation centers, and emergency shelters. Significant overlap between this and the HAP program and perhaps some other programs. And where that overlap happens and where we can connect multiple sources of funds will be one of the key issues that we face as we move forward in 2020. This allocation is unique because it's provided on an annual basis, and so planning around that on an annual basis will be incredibly important. We have not seen a notice of funding availability released from the state yet, but I'm anticipating that for sometime in the spring of this year. Additionally, one of the key aspects of PLHA is that it encourages funding projects jointly between the jurisdictions that receive an allocation. And so I have hosted discussions with city managers' offices of Stockton and Lodi to talk about ways that the 3 jurisdictions might be able to work together. Those conversations are ongoing, and we're going to see how they unfold as the weeks and the months progress. One of the things that's definitely come out of those conversations is the county's goal to eliminate veteran homelessness by 2025. And of course, the city of Stockton shares that goal too. So that's absolutely going to be a big factor in those conversations. I was asked to provide a recap on the Homeless Emergency Aid Program. This is something that was really key. It's something we're very much working on in 2018. And we have 5 projects that were funded through that program. They are in various stages of completion right now. A couple of projects working on permanent supportive housing. We have 3 projects that are contemplating emergency shelter. In June of 2020, the county will be hosting a meeting of HEAP subrecipients to make sure that everybody is on track to meet the requirements of that program and close that program out by the deadline of June 30th, 2021. And so this brings me to the Homeless Housing Assistance and Prevention Program, also known as HAP. These are one-time funds that are authorized by Assembly Bill 101. It is with some key differences, very closely modeled on HEAP. One of the biggest key differences is that you do not require a shelter crisis declaration for HAP like you did for HEAP. That is a relief, I think, to a lot of folks up and down the state. 3 local allocations we're seeing that's going to bring close to $12.5 million into the county. The County of San Joaquin's allocation will be a little under $3 million. I want to note here that late last week I received an announcement from the state of California that let us know, all of us, that most county allocations were reduced by roughly 0.7% across the state due to an error, a calculation error on the state's part. So the information that you have in your staff report today is just a little off, about $20,000 above what it sounds like the final allocation will be. I don't anticipate that there'll be any other changes there. HAP requires regional collaboration and a lot of demonstration of regional collaboration. I won't get into the weeds of what demonstration means, but one of the things that's happening is that all 3 entities that are receiving a HAP allocation are collaborating on the planning and implementation. Those conversations are ongoing, and they are being facilitated by home base to a certain extent, which has been incredibly timely and helpful for us as we move forward. Again, I talk about overlap of eligible uses. You can use HAP for rental assistance, operating subsidies for affordable housing and emergency shelter, landlord incentives, and permanent supportive housing development. So again, where we can find ways to connect one source of funds to another and bring those both or 3 or 4 into a project, we will find greater success. And one of the provisions of HAP, one key provision, is that a minimum of 8% must be used to serve homeless youth in some way. In addition to its own allocation, San Joaquin County will need to, as the collaborative applicant of the San Joaquin Continuum of Care, apply for and manage HAP funds on behalf of that entity. And so the request or the recommendation before you today is to authorize the application for both of those entities. Applicants will be required to demonstrate regional collaboration, as I mentioned, and so following the state application process, which is really just a matter of the entity's staff working towards the collaborating process around creating a local NOFA and soliciting proposals is certainly in the works right now, and that is the intention of how we may move forward. The hope is that we can have a local NOFA out to the public by mid-March. We still have some details to work out, but that's the hope right now. Project selection will occur separately. Each entity will have, of course, and maintain control over its own use of funds. However, there's nothing stopping 2 or more jurisdictions from jointly funding projects if they so choose. And one of the ideas that folks we think might come out of this process is that we can find ways for 2 or 3 of the entities to fund a single project to make that project perhaps more successful than it would be on its own with only one source of funds. The application deadline is February 15th, 2020. Some ideas for potential uses of HAP. And again, there are a broad set of eligible uses, but these are just some possibilities. It could be used to expand or enhance existing programs that are funded already through HEAP. It could be used to support veteran projects such as Victory Gardens, a VASH landlord incentives proposal that the Housing Authority has made available, or perhaps Stockton Shelter's Healthcare for Homeless Veterans program. It could be used for operating subsidies for supportive services connected to housing or emergency shelter. Hotel-motel conversions are one of the items that are specifically identified as a possibility for HAP. And again, as I mentioned, no less than 8% must be used for homeless youth. Currently, our Human Services Agency has a program that works with foster youth. And so in my conversations with Director Woods, there is a proposal right now that could allow us to expand that program. Again, it's going to depend on some other details that we haven't quite worked out yet, but we think that might be a really good use for these funds. And the hope is that perhaps the other 2 entities, because they also have this requirement of a minimum 8%, might be interested in funding that program as well. And so those conversations are ongoing. We're going to see what we can do to bring everybody together around the highest and best use of these funds. And then no more than 7% of funds may be used for program administration. Because San Joaquin County is receiving its own allocation, but then also managing the San Joaquin Continuum of Care's allocation. Both of those sources of funds, administrative monies, will be available to San Joaquin County to pay for the staff work, the management, the monitoring of all of the programs associated with those 2 allocations. And so finally, again, the recommendation before you today is to authorize and direct the county administrator to apply for these funds, to authorize the community development director to accept and manage these funds, to approve an increase in appropriations and revenue of $5,990,722.15 for the neighborhood preservation budget, to direct the auditor controller to establish an interest-bearing trust fund for these funds, and to authorize CDD, Neighborhood Preservation Division, to deposit the HAP funds directly into the trust fund and to use those funds to pay for HAP subrecipients. So with that, I thank you for your patience. I know it's been a long day, and I am more than happy to answer any of your questions. Thank you.
Any questions? Supervisor Elliott.
You covered a range of actions here that are possible with all this money. And one slide showed a range of funding that would require to provide shelter for those who are currently unsheltered. So what would, in that range from, I think it was 6 million to 48 million, what type of shelter would that be?
So the type of shelter, the program design would very much depend on the range. So at the lower end of the range, I would envision the shelter would look very much like what we have at Stockton Shelter for the Homeless today, which is really a night-by-night shelter, no food service, perhaps one case manager or two case managers for upwards of 400 individuals, no housing navigation being provided, again, limited services, relying on donations maybe to fill in some of those gaps, all the way up to that very, very high range, again, which would look something like you could call a navigation center, where you would have a case manager with a client ratio of maybe 20 to 1. You would have a housing navigator. You would have food service being provided 3 times a day. You would have perhaps medical care. I think if you can imagine maybe what Stockton Shelter does and what St. Mary's does combined, that would give you a sense of what that higher range or that higher end of the range might look like.
And would that include the provisions for those different types of housing mentioned in the report that John Mendelson did, where it was low barriers to all types of people, to include those with pets, those with families, all those?
Absolutely, yeah. The way it's presented in that report, it envisions a facility, let's say, or multiple facilities that have room for 1,558 new individuals. So we already have lots of folks in the shelter today. Those are the folks that we found that were unsheltered. That would include single men, single women, pets, space for their possessions, et cetera, et cetera. All of those things that we are finding are challenges to the unsheltered homeless accessing shelter today.
Thank you.
Supervisor Patty?
Yeah, thank you. I know this is we're here to approve opening up an account and receiving money, but this is really the first time we've had a chance to come forward and talk about some of these issues. Where would you prioritize we know we've prioritized taking care of veterans, and there's multiple needs. Where would you put the priority with, as Supervisor Elliott was just asking you about, in the emergency shelter with the 1,500 extra people to get off the streets? Where would you put that in the priorities that we have here in San Joaquin County? Is that at the bottom, or is that in the middle, or is it on the top tier of what we need to do to help that population and clean up this community?
Certainly, it would be near the top. And so, as I kind of mentioned at the front end of the presentation, the idea is not necessarily that these are mutually exclusive or that one would happen over the other. They really are complementary and need to be engaged in simultaneously in order to, again, create that system of housing and services that moves folks from the streets and into something better. So without the emergency shelter, we can have outreach teams out in the community, and those outreach teams don't really have anywhere to place individuals who want help. Mm-hmm. Without the permanent supportive housing, the exits out of the shelter will have a huge bottleneck, which is really very much what we have today, considering we have a huge shelter and nowhere for those folks to go. So I wouldn't couch it in so much in terms of emergency shelter first and then something else second, so much as we really need to be looking at all of the available resources, engaging in these strategies simultaneously. And we're not talking about multiple strategies here. We are just talking about emergency shelter and permanent supportive housing.
Sure.
Entrance to the system, exit to the system. We can worry about maybe some of these other things later. I think prevention would be lower on the list, if you're asking my opinion, simply because if you're talking about a crisis response, preventing people from becoming homeless is incredibly important, and I don't mean to minimize that, but in order to address the issue of unsheltered homelessness and chronic homelessness, what you really need is a barrier shelter to bring those them into tomorrow.
Yeah. Down the rabbit hole for the next 3 hours, we can talk about what to do and how to do it and who thinks to do it better. But what's not talked about and highlighted very much is drug treatment. And that's one of the biggest components. We know we have a conservative number of 60 up to 80% of the people, mental health or substance abuse. All the calls I get from my district, from people who complain to me, is the needles. Needles aren't happening because people are adjusted and just unfortunately living where they're living. We have a drug addiction epidemic going on, and then how we're going to address with that and how the funding can be part of it is a big thing. One thing I'll suggest and throw into the mix of things, in one of your slides you had a $4 point something million for Lodi, Stockton, Little Homes or something?
Oh, yeah,
Okay, so I've investigated because I was at the same meeting you were at in Sacramento where they were buying hotels and converting them to little apartments. I've talked to a couple of the motel operators. They're buying motels. Talked to a couple of motel operators. They told me that, speaking, that for $1,000 a month, we could get some of these rooms. So you start to do the math on that, you get 400 people for $4 million off of the road.
You're talking about active motel rooms?
Active
like
motel
being
rooms.
operated by a motel operator?
Exactly. So we would set a flat price, $1,000 per room a month. And I think they rent them for like $250 a week. So you start to do the math on that. We can get 400 people into that, what could be a transitional, gateway. They're stable, they're sober, they're not qualifying. You got 400 people that are ready to be employed and go through different stages and processes of that, advancing their station. So that's something I'd share with you further as I'm investigating that. It's a great opportunity. I think drug treatment has to be a big part of it, and all I hear about is the emergency shelter, which I've been touting. We need that to be a component of what we're doing. Doing the math, if we did $2 a meal, which is basically what St. Mary's charges, times 3 meals a day, 365 and 1,600, 365 days a year, and 1,600 people, that's 3.5 million. So I'm a little bit concerned when you see the $48 million price tag for 1,500 and something people. And, the low is 6 million and 48 million. The 48 million seems daunting and impossible, clearly. So, we have agencies that are already engaged with, and I don't know that it would cost more money to have them positioned and offering the services that we already innately offer throughout our agencies here in San Joaquin County. So that 48 million number really seems exasperated. But I also say that and bite my tongue because Haven of Hope in San Antonio, which I've touted hundreds of times, is about a $40-something million a year program. So I understand it, but I think we could find something central in a more, sustainable level. So, great opportunities here. I'd like to really know what the use of funds will be. So is that something that you're going to put together next? If these funds are forthcoming, when are you going to identify those use of funds?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I come back before this board, any time following, some time needs to progress. Obviously, these funds haven't been implemented yet, and in some cases we haven't even applied for them yet, HAP being the example there. So, but yeah, absolutely. I think an update will be in order.
Okay, now look, maybe in the next week or two, you and I can have a conversation offline about some of the notes I have, and, obviously we're trying to all advance and help the community and those most at risk and in need. So, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate your report. Certainly it covers a lot of information, a lot of activities. A couple areas, though, that we don't necessarily hear about, and we know how many, at least at that point in time, count. How many are out there, at least generally. I know we're not totally accurate. But, I talked to a lot of my constituents, and one of the complaints they have is that, and it's submitted by the homeless, is that they don't want to go to a shelter. They don't want anybody to tell them what to do, et cetera. So they're in these encampments, and you got the encampment response team and things like that. So, do we have any idea how many individuals, because I know behavioral health goes out and visits these encampments and they try to approach individuals and invite them in and, into programs, et cetera. And the other part of it is, I know with the 100 beds that we have used for the winter shelter, I was talking to Wayne Richardson when we first opened those beds and are available, and he made a comment that they had 13 at that time, and I know it's more now. But he said the first 13, the thing that really impressed him was these are 13 individuals they'd never seen before, which goes back to the argument of if we can't get them in the door, we can't help them. And so I know we have to somehow motivate them or attract them into these facilities. But the other part of it is, and it's another area, talking to David Culbertson at the hospital, we have individuals in there who have been there a year or more because they can't discharge them because nobody will take them. And I was looking at a recent study of hospitals. I think Chicago was one. There were several, 4 or 5 around the country. And they had invested in real estate, something along the lines that Supervisor Patty's talking about, is they invested in different projects where they moved these individuals from a bed in the hospital, which was probably costing them close to $200,000 a year just in maintaining. Plus, on the other side of it, you don't have somebody in there who's a paying customer, like an insurance provider, et cetera. But they reduced their costs from about $200,000 in some areas down to $10,000 a year. Mm-hmm. Is that something we've talked about in regards to, I talked to David, and David's certainly looking at it, but my point is that sometimes, to be honest with you, and I've looked at the governor's proposal on homelessness, and we're spending hundreds, if not billions of dollars on the homeless problem. And unfortunately, the more we spend, the bigger the problem grows. We're doing something wrong. I don't, and I'm not making any criticism or accusations. I'm just saying that somewhere along the way, it seems like the more we do, the more we get, and therefore the more the cost. And I at least appreciate your effort looking at the variety of programs to see how we can maximize those grant dollars to ensure that, we're not just perpetuating the problem, we're actually helping it. And I would be interested, and I don't know if we have the means, but of the ones that we have contact with, the ones that we know about, the names that we have, et cetera, do we have an idea from year to year how many of those individuals that we've encountered and at least, I want to say, treated or at least ministered to in some way, that they're no longer out there on the streets, and obviously we get new ones maybe to replace them. I know there's a turnover. But I would be interested to see if for all this literally millions of dollars we're spending, do we have any method by which we can capture the number of successes where individuals have risen above, the temporary shelters to permanent housing, to the Ready to Work program or other programs where they're working? It would just be encouraging to see that all this money and all this time and effort and all this staff is actually accomplishing its goal in regards to, reducing the problem as opposed to, having a little bit here and a little bit there. But overall, it's a tsunami, that's coming into this state. Not necessarily, but I know other municipalities are experiencing a larger population. I just somehow, for all the talk about all the money that the government is contributing and all the money that we're getting and all the programs that I know you and those who are involved are very, very judicious about. But I think sometimes we need to step back and say, can we do this better? The costs in some, if you look at, for example, like, and I know this is just a takeaway, but the Lutheran Social Services in Northern California is $700,000 for 12 units. I don't know what 12 units are. Is it 12 rooms, 12 beds?
12 transitional housing units. It's providing rental assistance, furniture. They have a stipend, a monthly stipend. These are for transitional age youth. There's significant case management associated. A number of services that are being provided in addition to the units of housing that the folks are living in. So when we say 12 units, how many individuals are we talking about? Yeah, I don't have that figure on hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, anyway, the point is that, and the other part of it is, which it isn't really addressed, is the mental health, the behavioral health issue. It is major, and it's not just the homeless. I mean, we have substance abuse, we have panhandlers, we have a whole host of issues to deal with, and sometimes we always want to, put that in a homeless box, so to speak. It's not the case. But I was reading an article the other day in regards to actually an article in the New York Times in 1984. Very long article about deinstitutionalization. Amazing. And this is when they could interview people who were involved in the process, both politicians and healthcare professionals. it was a blistering indictment over the process of deinstitutionalization as to how it was an abject failure and had created a much greater problem than it ever had intended to reduce. So anyway, but anyway, thank you for your presentation. I appreciate your efforts, and I know it's challenging, but somewhere along the way we need to do a better job.
Is there anyone else? Elliot?
Thank you. So I've heard that we have a low-income housing project right nearby here, the Stockton Hotel. Do we have any indication as to how that is working in terms of occupancy? And could something like that apply to this homeless solution?
You know, I have to admit that I'm not terribly familiar with that project. It was established, I think, even before I started at Stockton Shelter for the Homeless. I believe it is at full occupancy right now. I believe that all of those units are rent assisted, and if I'm not mistaken, they're available to seniors, restricted to seniors. As far as any other details, I don't really have those regarding that particular project.
All right, but things like that may be opportunities here where we can incorporate them into the solutions.
Absolutely. And again, if you're talking about like converting motels and hotels, finding existing space is going to be a much quicker and perhaps, hopefully, cheaper solution than building new facilities. So where that's possible, yeah, that's absolutely a strategy that we should be engaging in.
Thank you. Just a little info on the Hotel Stockton. That's actually a private developer rehabbed the hotel and manages it. The ground floor, the city of Stockton still retains some control over. There's a master lease on it. But that project, when it was, I believe it came online I think it was completed in 2005, it was the first project in the state of California. They received the maximum amount of tax credits for both affordable housing and historical restoration. So that was part of how they did it, was they cobbled the financing together by restoring a historical building. But it's pretty much, it's managed by, it's a Sacramento firm. It's been, I believe, operating almost at capacity since they had a waiting list from day one. So a lot of the folks in downtown Stockton that were displaced when the city closed down a lot of the old SRO hotels, which, by the way, were really horrible. But those people were displaced. A lot of those folks went to the Hotel Stockton. So it's not without, it's had its challenges over the years, but I think by and large, I think most people would say it's been a fairly successful project. I had a comment for you, Mr. Cheshire, in terms of the number of unsheltered. I know it's around 1,500, but the reality is we don't necessarily want to build a shelter for 1,500 additional beds, because the goal is for a lot of those people to move them through a shelter in 30 to 60 days and then into transitional housing and then into permanent housing. So I'm especially pleased to see that some of these funds can be used for more permanent types of housing that need to happen in conjunction with the shelter. So I'm not familiar with the magic formula, but what would you say is the actual number of shelter beds? I mean, Supervisor Wynn's correct. Not everyone's going to come right in from the streets. It requires kind of a delicate touch to, as you start moving the people who would automatically come in. I mean, I remember from the last point in time count, about 30% of the unsheltered population said if they could bring their pet, if they could be with their partner, if they did have storage for they would come in off the street. So let's say 30% would be very interested in coming into a shelter and then moving into a more permanent type of housing. what would you say is the number of shelter, emergency shelter that we probably realistically need to look at?
It's a good question with a tough answer. It might be very difficult for me to quote a specific number and say this is it, simply because it is very hard to determine who is interested in accessing shelter today, or could their mind be changed tomorrow, or depending on the kind of shelter that you're providing. Does it provide space for pets, partners, possessions? Is it low barrier enough to accept people that have sobriety issues but are willing to work on that have a criminal background but have reformed, et cetera? Talking about 30% of that number, maybe 50% of that number, what we know is there is a significant number of people out there. Certainly we counted 1,558 countywide. About 1,000 of those were in Stockton on one day in January of last year. But do we think there's more out there that we couldn't get to, didn't count, or didn't want to be counted? Yeah, absolutely. So the number is probably actually bigger than that 1,500 number,
right,
of course. So the sort of thought experiment that was the way that information was presented by John is very much about this is what it would cost to solve what we think the problem is in total, but the proposal is really to scale that down to something more akin to what we need. I think realistically, if we're talking about how many beds do we need, I think the answer is there's probably never enough, because we realistically can't build enough. There just isn't the funds. There isn't the space. So, you mentioned the idea of creating permanent supportive housing as an exit to those shelters. I mean, that's part of the strategy to say, if we can create exits from our existing shelter, we've created new beds, essentially. I think 30% of the 1,500 number is an excellent place to start. I think 50% would be a pretty good place to start. And certainly if the beds were what we would call low barrier, as sort of described earlier, then I think you're getting more bang for your buck. You're going to have more effective, inflow into that program. If we're talking about, the kind of shelters that's being provided today, which is a little bit more restrictive, you might want to scale that number down a little bit, because you might have some capacity issues.
My concern is that we look at this huge number and it looks too big and too daunting. And I'm going to push back a little on your comment that there's never enough. If we get this right and we do things like the RFP that's just gone out, that for affordable and very low income housing, and then we look at county inventory and city inventory and state inventory, and we start building affordable housing, then that goes to support prevention. It goes to help move people through the continuum. I got to tell you, to sit here and say we're always going to require, there's going to be a constant influx and a need for over 2,000 shelter beds every year, we're doing something very, very wrong then, if that's the case, because if we begin to create enough affordable and low income housing for people, that should, at a certain point, reduce the need and that constant pressure on this crisis, on the emergency shelters. So I just want to make sure that we're very clear-eyed about how we look at these funds and we look at the spectrum, and we don't get overwhelmed by the numbers that we're looking at right now. The old saying, how do you eat an elephant? It's one bite at a time. That's really what we have to do. And up till now, I think the county has done a good job looking at this whole spectrum of what needs to be done and not only doing one thing. So I know that makes it difficult to feel like we're making tremendous progress, but we're just now starting to see an increase in a lot of these funding sources. And I think the pick and shovel work we've done here in the county to already build the collaborations and the continuum of have a structure and a process in place, I think we're in a much better position than most other counties to start really taking advantage of these dollars and getting buy-in from some of the other participants in these funding mechanisms. So thank you for the overview. I think it's good for us to, when we have a new program like this, to take a little look back and see where we started and where we've come and where we're going. So I'm going to bring it back to the board if there's no other questions. We are looking for, yes.
If we could have the authority also to correct the dollar amount, because it looks like one of our recommendations, but also before, is the board comfortable with county staff advocating for the youth piece to be focused on that program that our Human Services Agency is already doing with that roughly 18 to 24 years of age that are transitioning out of foster care, just the level of vulnerabilities with that population to get another, I think it'll potentially, if say all three of the funding sources put dollars towards that program,
almost $1 million.
We could be looking at almost $1 million exactly, Chair.
Yeah. From my standpoint, yes, I think that goes to prevention, but it goes to more than that. I mean, when we're talking about young people, this is not just preventing them from becoming homeless. This is giving them the services and the tools for young people who've had very, very challenging lives to give them the opportunity to be successful in life. So it's really about more than just housing and homelessness. From my standpoint, I'm comfortable. So if somebody wants to include that in the motion.
I'll make a motion then. And so the exact language that you're talking for, Ms. Nino,
Is
included?
that, you know what, we're good. I just want to make sure as part of the motion that staff has the ability to correct the dollar amounts reflective of the most recent state inquiry. But we did put as part of the staff report to expand the transitional housing program for foster youth is part of the board letter.
Okay,
So-
and that doesn't exempt other youth as well.
Well, we would be literally focusing, and we would actually probably have to apply for the funds from the continuum of care and the county.
Okay, and the only reason why I asked that for clarity is I'm on the Delta College Foundation, and I've been working with a group. They've identified on campus there's about roughly 50 to under 60 students that are homeless. They are truly homeless. And some have really bad home experiences, and they need to be out because it's dangerous where they are. So we're not exempting them, this is also for Chair Miller. Would the continuum of care funding also allow something for students? We're not doing it just for foster?
So we were advocating for the foster piece of things, but if this board wants us to look at some broader programs, but I wanted to make sure this board was at least okay with that particular program, because we've already seen the success of it. So say, for instance, we're already housing 20 foster youth that have aged out, and this would potentially allow us to double the program for 24 months to provide stability in their housing.
Mm-hmm. Understood. Okay. Well, and I don't want to forsake other opportunities because there's an actual program that Delta College is looking to adopt. It's already being utilized in other cities and states that are helping these kids that are homeless. So that's going to come to the continuum of care.
Well, and I don't know anything about this particular group, but it's my understanding that there'll be the ability to apply to the continuum of care for a grant for different programs.
Yeah.
So this isn't restricting anyone else. This is just talking about what
That's what I make clear.
advocate for this particular program.
I know in your budget it's a minimum. According to requirements, there's a minimum of 7% for youth. Is it?
It's 8%. It's a minimum, no maximum. So that was the point that I wanted to make, was that the state requires us to use at least 8%, but we could use 100% to focus on the youth if that's what we wanted to do.
And I just don't want to prioritize one over others.
Right.
No problem.
Okay. Got it. So then I'll make a motion to include the amendments, approve applications for homeless housing, assistance and prevention funds for a total of, and the new number is
$5,970,641.
that number.
That's the neighborhood preservation.
Okay. And the related budget appropriations and revenue increase, and authorize the establishment of an interest-bearing trust fund, 81385, to deposit HHAP funds, and to include, as you're asking for, Ms. Nino, the foster kids.
Well, Supervisor Patty, you don't have to
I don't have to
include it.
include it, okay.
I just wanted to hear where the board was, if they were supportive of that particular program.
Thank you.
Because then as county staff, we would.
All right, thank you.
Oh, second motion.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Please cast your votes. Motion's approved 5-0.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. Next up, we're going to discuss the appointment process for 2 positions on the Stockton Port Commission scheduled for appointment on February 11th, 2020. I believe Rochelle's going to lead us in this one.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and board members. I'll try to be as brief as possible and get to the discussion for you guys before you today. As you recall, back in December, and I apologize, I have to correct the staff report. I said January, but it was December 17th, 2019. Your board directed staff to bring back an item to look at options and discuss how the board makes its final appointment at the conclusion of public interviews for the Stockton Port Commission. Subsequently, as we started looking into that on January 10th, the application period closed and we received 24 applications for the 2 available positions. So I have included in the recommendation that the board consider narrowing down the application field that's invited to participate in the public interviews. So just to summarize quickly the agencies that we did look at, Supervisor Patty's office provided contact information to SJAFCA. Executive Director Chris Elias and his staff are really helpful in answering my questions and providing a lot of supporting documents that they use when they make appointments to SJAFCA. And as I pointed out in my board letter, just briefly, they assemble an interview panel of 1 person from each member agency that conducts recorded interviews of applicants. They rank them unacceptable, satisfactory, or very good. Those results are brought back to the SJAFCA board for consideration. The SJAFCA board conducts a ballot and ranks them 1st through 3rd. If they have a majority for 1st, that's who's appointed. If not, then the board discusses further the appointments until they come to a conclusion. And then I also reached out to the Clerks Association to see what other counties are doing to address issues like this. I heard back from a prior Humboldt County clerk, Laura Canzoneri. She said that during her time, just that they did have to use a balloting process to address kind of a high-profile appointments to their planning commission. It was an at-large representative. So just to demonstrate that it's not unusual for counties to use the balloting procedure to come to the appointments commission. And then lastly, and I think most relevantly, of course, I spoke to City of Stockton Clerk Eliza Garza. And this process that's outlined in the board letter is specifically what they do for their appointments to the Stockton Port Commission. The clerk staff conducts interviews of applicants that apply. She said that they get maybe about a dozen applications, and only about 5 do confirm the interview. They're given 10 minutes to answer 5 questions. It's recorded. The City Council has an option to either watch the live stream of the interview or look at it later at their leisure prior to the council meeting. At the council meeting, council members take a ballot vote. The clerk tallies those results, presents it to the council, and then they either ratify the first place or discuss it further. I do want to point out that she did share with me that she's proposed to their executive committee modifying the process, and what she would like to do is conduct a nominating committee that actually screens the applications and then makes recommendations to the council for appointment. So rather than the council looking at all of the applicants, the council would just ratify the recommendations of the nominating committee. So that kind of leads into the first discussion that I am asking the board to look at, and that's considering whether or not you want to narrow down the number of applicants that come before this board for public interviews, and then how do you want to do that? So we do have some recommendations, or not really recommendations, but some ideas to start the discussion for the board members to have. And I do want to also point out that Stockton Port Director Richard Asheris is in the audience today. He's available to answer any questions that you may have, and said that he'd be more than happy to help the board, short of course, making any recommendations on applications. I want to participate in that. But something that County Council Mark Miles had suggested was that the board could appoint an ad hoc committee that can be up to 1 or 2 board members to screen applications, possibly conduct interviews. It could include staff or any combination of staff, board members, or just board. So that's an idea to consider. Something else actually that I thought that I was thinking of, you could, if you wanted to, as a full board, screen the applications ahead of doing appointments. Mr. Asheris did assure me that the Stockton Port Commission can continue to meet without any concern of not having a quorum. So if this was delayed a meeting or two, that would be okay. So if the board maybe wanted to consider on February 11th, looking at all the applications and then recommending up to 5 for a public interview at the next February meeting, that's an option that you can consider. Staff could conduct interviews in advance, although I would not recommend a recorded interview, as that would still be hours of watching the responses, possibly written interviews side by side at the February 11th meeting. But the options, are entirely up to you, and I would be happy to answer any questions or help kind of guide you as that you want to do. And then, of course, the ballot measure to come to the final conclusion once you do conduct your public interviews back and forth. So with that, Chair, I would turn it over to the board for action and consideration.
Okay. Started this in. You have questions?
Well, I'd like to ask if we could have the director come forward, please. Mr.
Sure.
Sheriff.
Mr. Asheris?
You guys have been so patient to be here, man.
I know.
Thank you.
That's okay. I've learned a lot of things. You guys do an important job here over a lot of different areas.
Good afternoon, Mr. Sheriff.
Good afternoon, Supervisor.
Well, considering there's 24 applicants, would it be out of line for some members of the port to be a part of the committee, the ad hoc committee, to interview some of the, pre-screen some of the applicants to narrow it down? Would that be out of line for you to be a part of that?
Well, I think it would be one thing to think of is that the board, I work directly for the board. They review my performance, and that I think it might be best if I am more prudent if I wasn't like casting a ballot or making recommendations directly, but if, as far as provide information to help you reach it, is fine. That's gone on for years.
Supervisor Patty?
Yeah, it's interesting. Go ahead. Patty.
Yes, Mr. Sheriff, thank you for being here and again patiently getting to this item. Would there be anything in your position? Would there be anything that would? I understand your personal. You're thinking maybe there's boundaries. Is there anything in your job description that would prevent you from participating in a selection committee, not voting on them, but narrowing down the field? And the only reason why I ask that is because you, as the director, would understand where the best needs are and where the best fit might be, versus I'm on the outside. I really don't know what the board needs, where your weaknesses or strengths are, and what value any applicant. I might get educated a bit, but that's your board. So not making the vote, but just narrowing down a field from 24 to, helping giving us the top 10 or top 5 in the ad hoc committee. Would you be actually against that if we asked you to?
Well, again, I would probably defer back to my board, but I think I know my board pretty well, and I think it would be, I can provide general information about what the port does, what the board itself does, who's on the board, their expertise, trying to figure out help you figure out what's the best mix.
Well,
Or
the biggest
I
thing
could
for
provide
us-
that information to a committee of which I would not be an actual voting member.
I understand. Okay, and I appreciate that. So at least if you could, and that's fair enough, that you could provide information of what the current board needs might be, again, strengths, weaknesses, and the holes that you're looking to fill by a new appointment, that would be agreeable for you to do?
Well, I can provide information, and it's just
in general.
Who are the members, and what are their strengths, and what they provide, which we actually have a very good board.
Well, I'm not. We're asking about the board. I'm
right.
talking about what the actual needs are.
Right. Right. Well, I can provide some helpfulness about the things we do. Sure.
And perhaps what you might be
and
looking
what
for.
we need, and I think it'd be very apparent when you look at the, when you look at the members of the board that, who are the people who are already there, what their expertise is.
Okay. I guess I'm not getting a clear answer. So what I'm looking to, so how do
Well,
we?
we're kind of blazing new territory here. And what I have to balance out on my other side is what I said before, is that the board as a group, appoints my position, and then they review me on an annual basis.
I understand.
So I think it's best that I'm not perceived to be in a position of actually overly influencing.
Understand.
What your decision ultimately is.
I got you. Okay, thank you.
Bob, you want to go? I understand your concern, and I appreciate it in regards to being involved in the process, certainly in any way, shape, or form. However, would it be possible if maybe you or even your staff or your board, any one of those, could provide maybe some questions that you would like to see asked of the candidates to determine, whether they would be amenable to that position?
Yes. And that's been provided in the past.
Okay, so, and that leaves you out of it, basically. So you're not involved, and obviously it would then come to the county in regards to how we handled it. I believe that, and I remember when we passed this as a county board in regards to personally interviewing certain candidates for certain positions because they were extremely critical to this county. The Port Commission obviously be one of the first and foremost. I in that request was hoping that we would all have an opportunity, we being the board, would have an opportunity to, in a public session, to view each candidate and let them kind of stand or fall on their own merits based upon a number of questions. And therefore, there would be no doubt anybody who reviewed the tape would see, that person, whatever, was the best candidate to select. So that would be my first step, is developing areas, questions, whatever you would decide to provide this body as to how we could kind of screen potential applicants to kind of winnow the field. Personally, I'd love to talk to all 24, but that's not physically possible. So that would be the first step. The second step would be to, and just my own opinion, I don't think the board ought to be involved in this up to the point where we have a public session. I think that's the important aspect of it, to stay away from the process, to ensure that the public has confidence that we are being as neutral and as thorough as possible to make this selection, because you have two, not just one, but you have two, which can have a tremendous impact upon the future of the port. So I would offer, obviously the clerk of the board, maybe one of them, I don't know, maybe somebody from the CAO's office, because the CAO office has done an outstanding job with county council and other departments in regards to screening applicants for our department head positions, which has been extremely successful in going through that process. So, and they're neutral. I mean, they don't have any political agenda. They're looking at things from a very objective standpoint, which I think is important in this process. So I would say that the first information from you or your staff or whatever, or the commissioners, it doesn't matter to me, then go to a screening process here where there may be an opportunity to do a screening of the application itself and make a determination, because there may be some who just don't fit at all. I mean, whatever it happens to be. And I would leave that to the discretion of the committee. The second part is that then they would interview those individuals which hold promise, that would seem like they would be qualified or well qualified, whatever term you want to be, and then winnow that down to maybe a sizable amount. I see 3 to 5, but we got 2 positions. I would like to see a larger field, just because the number of positions available. And I get the time thing, and I wouldn't even be opposed to having a special board meeting just to do this process, because to have everybody out in the audience, and maybe they want to be there, and certainly they could be there in a special meeting, but it's too important to just use this as part of our regular routine, because this is going to have a lasting effect, certainly on the port and their direction, based upon the 2 nominees that we finally select. So I would say information from the port, an interview process made up of non-supervisors that would question or at least screen, and then bring a maximum of 10 candidates before the board in a meeting, to have just as we've done with previous port commissioners and RTD, et cetera, to have them then sit there and get a series of questions, and then have the board be able to ask their individual questions. And then the last part, which in reading the staff report, I think is kind of an interesting concept, because it does talk about, one motion and everybody, is having each board member submit a ballot with a listing of those that they think are first, second, or third on this particular, and turn that in and let the clerk of the board make that tabulation and let it go, because then there's nobody's put on the spot as to, motioning, seconding, things like that. And I know when we started this, we had a long discussion amongst the board members. So I think that's, to me, the cleanest. I won't say it's totally but I think it's apolitical for the most part. And I would hope that by testing this process, that we would give you and your fellow commissioners the best possible candidates to do the job that is extremely important and grows on an annual basis. So that would be kind of my thought in regards to the port's information, the screening committee, a public board meeting, do an interview, and then turn in a ballot with the priorities, and let that be the final decision. So, your comments?
What you're doing, it is an important, very important decision. And when you look at where the port has been in the last 20, 25 years, and where we are today, there was a time that board commissioners were essentially recruited to be on the board because of the lack of community either interest or awareness. Now, all these years later, the port's at a very different place. We've had in just the recent few years, more than $2 billion in private sector investment in the port, which is in San Joaquin County. And so it's very different now than what it was many years ago. And we now are looking at a time, you're having to deal with a time when there's more public interest in this than there ever has been. And so, to look at how you've done it and wanting to foster community interest and still have a reasonable process as far as what you as actual supervisors have to deal with, it's important. So I like the idea of maybe you shouldn't have to, in my mind, shouldn't have to interview all 24 directly, but to have some sort of a screening seems to me to be prudent and good, ultimately good use of your time, and still able to make, good, sound appointments.
Well, I also think that all 24 applicants deserve to be at least recognized at some stage from the beginning to the end. And, it's like everything else. We've all gone through processes where we've, been kind of cut out, we've lost at that particular playoff point or whatever. But I at least thank all 24 applicants, because you're right. And I think it's to the port's credit that has generated the interest. It's not us, but by virtue of that, I think people who are truly interested in public service, especially in the port, needs to at least have an opportunity to explain, whatever. And then, as I say, this committee would then narrow it down so we could have a meeting here in public and then make that decision with a ballot as opposed to a vote.
Supervisor Elliott?
Yes, I think we should have a screening committee as well. So many of the things that Supervisor Wynn said, I think are very good points here. I think we should lean on the port to provide some criteria that we want to consider most, and I think the points that Supervisor Wynn made are very applicable here. Particularly what type of skill sets you might need, and I think Supervisor Patty mentioned that, but that should be one consideration as to what skills are needed, and then questions to ask which you're willing to provide. But then I agree that when we come up with this committee, this ad hoc committee or subcommittee to narrow the field down, I think it should be the supervisors who do that. And I think that I don't see any problem with having someone from the port participate on that as well. I don't know whether that would get too political if you had one of the port commissioners do it, but I wouldn't see any problem with having you do it if that would, if just in terms of narrowing the field down and determining that those who are going to actually be the final interview and get into the second round possess the skills that are actually needed by the port. So I agree with that general concept. We get some initial guidance from the port. We establish an ad hoc committee, and then whatever the number is that this ad hoc committee comes up with, in terms of those who are most qualified and best meet the needs of the port, then we can interview those in an open session, whether we come up with so many that we need to have a special session, or whether we can just do it as part of a normal board meeting. We can determine that when it becomes more apparent as to how many there are actually going to be.
I would recommend through the chair that when you do get to the final appointments process, that you could schedule it for the 1:30. That can conduct it in the afternoon so it doesn't interfere with the morning session.
I agree with Supervisors Wynn and Elliott. I like the idea of having a screening panel. We've used this very effectively for our process for hiring department heads. It's worked really well. And I think they'll be able, with the assistance of some questions coming from the port, I would trust our CAO and our county council to put together that screening, whoever they think would be best on it. I don't know, Mr. Sheriff, what about having someone from, say, the port in Sacramento, West Sacramento? I mean, do you think that would be helpful to have someone like the director from a fellow port that might have some similar insights, or do you think that would just muddy the water?
I'm actually not sure, because the Port of Stockton is actually an operating port, which is very different in California from a lot of the ports. I'd have to give that a little thought, but I think there are people that, yes, you could turn to, I'm sure with a little thought, that could be identified, that could contribute.
Some specific expertise. So I would...
As far as Sacramento goes, well, they're a direct competitor of ours, but they're organized very differently. They're actually found in the Public Works Department of the city of West Sacramento. So it's a very
different. So maybe that's something else you could provide along with input on some potential questions. if you can think of an individual that might be a good fit for this screening committee, you could provide that to the CAO. That might be helpful. And then I agree to whatever process you would come up with in terms of, I have trust because we've had very successful recruitments and hirings of our department heads, that you would come up with a fair process. And I would then say we do interviews in an afternoon session. I would want to keep the number manageable enough so that we have time to give everyone a fair shot and ask some follow-up questions. Whether that's 10, that sounds like a lot to me, but maybe somewhere between 6 and 10 so that we have at least 3 potential choices for each position. And then I think I very much support the idea of a ranked ballot. I think it's very clean, and I think it's very transparent, and it's easy for the public to understand how we came to the decision. So that's where I fall on it. Do you have any follow-up questions?
First off, thanks, Mr. Sheriff, for being here and sharing. I totally respect your position you're in. As Supervisor Elliott had mentioned, and also our chair, Madam Chair, there might be somebody you could identify that, whether it's the current president, if that's possible, or a past president, somebody with some innate knowledge, institutional, that knows what the gaps and the needs could be. I think that would be helpful for us, so we'll make sure we're filling your needs. And I also trust in the process. I think if we narrow it down to that 5 or 6, and you're getting 2 of those, even if you had 2 positions or 3 positions, whatever you have, or 1 position, you've got 5 or 6 viable candidates for that position. And one of them is a 2-year position, I believe. We're filling 2 years. Is that correct? County Council, we have 1 person that's stepped down. So is that a new 4-year appointment, or is 2 more years on that position and 1 4-year appointment?
Right. So Dr. Blanchard's position, her term is expiring, so it'll be for a new term.
Okay.
And then Commissioner Mao resigned, so it'll be to fill the unexpired term.
Okay, so then maybe our top pick would be the 4-year, and our pick number 2 would go to the 2-year. Would be how I might envision it happening. I like the scoring system and narrowing it down. So I'm in favor of this. One question through the chair, County Council, when it comes to the balloting, is it a public? And the reason why is if we have 24 applicants, I've had 12 of them knocking on my door, meeting me, coffee, something, talking, resume, introducing themselves at social events in the community. So does it have to be publicly disclosed who you actually vote for, or that could be a private ballot?
No, I believe it does have to be. And I believe where you can do, the individuals can do their ranking. The ranking would then be tabulated by the clerk of the board, and then it would still require a motion, a second, and a vote on those positions.
Right, but who you're ranking and who you're scoring for?
I think that I will do some further research in there. Predominantly under the Brown Act, the requirement is that you're doing the public's business in the public realm, and secret ballots or confidential ballots kind of cut against that. But I'll do some further research.
Okay, I know it's JAFCA. We had done a ranking system, and it wasn't like, here's the ranking, here's who came in first, second, third. It was just the selection process went according to the score, the ranking. Right. So if I'd rather whoever I put number 1, 2, or 3, or 4, then I'm not encountered in public. How dare you?
I understand.
Something. Okay, thank you.
I know at the City of Stockton, it's they tabulate, and it's very clear who was your top 3 for each council person, and then it's tabulated. There's sort of a grid, there's a matrix that pops up. From my standpoint, in terms of the ballot, I would prefer that we cast a ballot for a specific position. So if it's for the 4-year term, we would cast that ballot, and we would see who was the top choice. And then we would cast a second ballot, because some of those people in there might fall differently if it's for a second position. And I don't really think that it would take much more time. And I mean, it goes pretty quickly when you get to the balloting. So, because who I might select for a 4-year term might be very different than who I would select for to serve out a remaining term. Maybe not, but it could be.
Top scorer gets the 4-year. Whoever comes in second place overall gets the 2-year. Same scoring. It's just you're getting your number 1 and your number 2.
I don't know. From my standpoint, I'd rather have the pool again and then vote for the second position. That's just me.
I would agree that needs to be done, because based upon whoever our first choice and second choice may change based upon a second ballot, which may elevate or lower other candidates. I read the staff report, but it would seem to me, and I appreciate Mr. Miles, but I have no problem publishing my ballot. I don't think there's any problem with that. I mean, I don't think we got to do anything secretive. This whole process has been developed from a far cry from what we used to, which is basically just nominate somebody and vote on it on a consent calendar. So I think this is an opportunity. I understand that the question in regards to maybe finding somebody to participate in this ad hoc committee, somebody. That's okay, but just from my vantage point, I know one of the things that I look for in our appointees for all these boards, committees, and commissions, I just want somebody who has a background that can understand it. I don't expect them to have any maritime experience or things like that. I just want them to be basic individuals who have, I know we have individuals who have financial background. I know we have individuals with a variety of backgrounds. I think those type of appointments really balance the board in anybody, because they give a different perspective to the decisions that, like you say, Rick, that you're making that have multi-billion-dollar ramifications. So I just lean towards our CEO and our county council, our clerk. Whatever you decide is fine with me, because you're looking at something from very objective eyes, not having any preconceived ideas, no history in regards to, nothing against port commissioners or directors, but it's basically a clean slate on all ends. Coming to the board, it's clean, it's public, and it's our responsibility, and I think we can do that, and not have anybody argue that somehow in the process there was some type of bias or intrusion or trying to rig the system. They won't be able to argue that, because everything's been done above board, publicly, et cetera. So that's just my take on it.
So are we going to need a vote on this, or have you received enough direction that you have a sense of how we want to proceed on this?
Well, I think I definitely understand the direction that the board wants to go. It sounds like the direction essentially is basically to direct staff to screen the 24 applications and recommend 6 to 10 for public interviews at the next board meeting, and that everyone does support a ballot. The details can be worked out, of course, as we go along. Whether that needs a vote, I'll defer to council.
I agree. I think we have sufficient direction from the board as far as staff conducting screening interviews and then bringing candidates back.
Great. Thank you.
Happy you said 6 to 10. I think 6. I think it was 6.
We'll see how many,
how many make it through the process.
Ad hoc has to make their decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Sherris.
In a way, I do apologize, that I guess in a way we're doing so well that there's a lot of people.
Good for you.
We have a plethora of applicants.
But I do appreciate it. And just watching your session this morning, as I said at the beginning, and the different things you have to deal with that affect the entire county. And obviously I'm focused on the port, but
we appreciate your assistance.
Your time.
Yeah, we appreciate your offer of assistance into the process. Thank you.
Also, Mr. Sherris, before you go through the chair, I wanted to ask you, yesterday's slides that you had shown us on the city-county port meeting. If you can send that to me, because that's at the next board meeting, I actually want to share some of that information, some of the wonderful things that have been accomplished and are going on at the port. So I wanted to include that in my report.
Okay, that slide presentation was just concerning, it was a calendar year looking back at 2019 and how we've done. Long story short, it was our third best year in our history.
Great.
Outstanding.
Thank you. Okay. We're on to boards, comments, or committee reports. Real short ones?
Yeah, for the sake of time here, I'll cut down all the public things we've done. There was one thing, I had gotten a call from someone in San Joaquin County, and I had spoken with County Counsel's office about it. I'd like to ask County Counsel's office to, I think, maybe review and bring back to the board, as it relates to our cannabis and hemp ordinance. It was new in past, and there's a greenhouse farm in particular that, because of buffer zones, they would no longer, they're growing just seedlings. They're not actually growing full-grown plants. So this one organization's been in business for 35 plus years, and they're currently excluded from doing their seedlings that they would sell. So I wanted to maybe get that put on the agenda for the board to have a discussion and review a possible amendment to the current ordinance.
So I believe that the right way to bring that up, Supervisor Patty, under the rules of procedure is for you to agendize that board discussion, because anytime we're under the board rules for a department head, including myself, to take on a significant action requires board direction.
Okay.
And so, because it's not agendized today, the
You
board
can't
can't take action on it. But that's something you could agendize.
Okay, I thought Zoe had mentioned I could ask you to bring something, but okay, then I'll get it on the agenda at a future meeting. Let me see if there's something else I wanted to do. At this time, go ahead if somebody else wants to speak.
Anyone else? Okay, then. We're going to move on to announcing closed session.
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There may be an announcement following closed session.
Okay.
Thank you.
10-minute break.
Yes, let's take County Council, would you report out, please?
Yes, the Board of Supervisors has authorized filing of appeal in case number JCCP 4942, titled CDWR Environmental Impact Cases. There are no other actions to report.
We are adjourned.